Part 2. In the Promised Land. Chapter 15. On Hold. On 26th September 1965, I set foot on the soil of India in the metropolis of Mumbai. 2 days before, our mother abbess, in her motherly concern, had insisted on accompanying me to the train for Zurich, where I was to take the plane to India. Once more she had embraced me, and then with tears in her eyes, she had to leave me to my fate. But after my experience of coming to the end of my ridge walk, my heart was filled with the profound peace and tranquility of my newfound security. I had turned my eyes to the Lord, whose hidden face radiated a wonderful light. I did not cast a single glance at what I was leaving behind, for I felt it was God who had said to me, just as he had once said to Abraham, "Get thee out of thy country, and from thy kindred, and from thy father's house, unto a land that I will show thee." These words had accompanied me over the passes of the Himalayas, which I had crossed, figuratively speaking, to reach my promised land of India. This was terra incognita for me. I was entering an unknown land and facing an unknown fate. I had not chosen this fate, it had chosen me. Yet God's intention in leading me there was still a complete mystery to me. It would be another 6 years before I realized why he had chosen India for me. Swami Sachchidananda was awaiting me at Mumbai airport. The war between India and Pakistan, which had nearly thwarted my journey, had ended on the very day of my arrival. This had been my first flight ever, and equally the first test of my knowledge of English, which as yet was quite inadequate. Some days before my arrival, a French Carmelite nun from Lisieux had also come to Mumbai. There were vague plans that at some stage we might both join some other nuns who were already living in India, and live together in the spirit of the hermits of Sachchidananda. As it turned out, however, the two of us were never to meet. In Mumbai, I was confronted for the first time by the 1,000 faces of India. India is a country that both fascinates and confuses the Western visitor. I saw a Parsi, a follower of the Zoroastrian faith, in his meditation room, where there were images of Buddha, Shiva, the Sacred Heart of Jesus, and various icons, all together in one room and in one heart. From Mumbai, we traveled for 33 hours in a third-class sleeper compartment to New Delhi. During the long journey, I typed my first letters to my mother and to my monastic family. In Delhi, I changed my European dress for an Indian sari, which from now on was to be my monastic garb. The next morning, I had a long interview with Major Ramachandra, the founder of the International Institute for Study and Service Exchange, who had signed his first letter as, "Your dear brother." It turned out that he had not yet found a place for me. The ashram that he had in mind was not acceptable to Swami Sachchidananda, because had I gone there, it would have been impossible for me to attend daily mass, which he considered unthinkable for a Catholic nun. And so it was that I had solid ground under my feet only for a few days, and the tightrope walking began almost at once. It was to last for quite some time, and this made me very aware of that adventure I had undertaken. Not for a moment was I to forget that only unconditional submission to the will of God would help me survive. In this respect, God was inexorable. I knew this from my previous experiences and fully expected that he would continue to demand submission, for only in this way would I be able to reach the goal he had set for me. Finally, it was decided that I should go to Dehradun for the time being to see my friend Agnes Kunz. From there, I would go to Satdal, 7 lakes, in the Himalayan foothills. Sister Leela, the Greek nun mentioned before, lived in Satdal, though she was in New Delhi at the time. So it was that after 3 days in Delhi, I traveled alone to Dehradun by bus, a journey that took 7 hours in a vehicle with no shock absorbers. We traveled through the heat of the plains of northern India toward the mountains. At one point, the driver stopped on a bridge that spanned a deep ravine and pointed down. The wreck of another bus was lying there. It had fallen into the gorge a few days earlier, a truly macabre sight for us travelers, and an unmistakable hint to give a generous tip after our safe arrival in Dehradun. The leper colony, Kripal Ki Mata, Mother of Mercy, situated on the outskirts of Dehradun, was founded by Agnes in 1959. I had expected to start my life in India there. There was a change of plan when Major Ramachandra offered to find a suitable place for me, but I would still have to go to Dehradun the following spring, for I had agreed to replace Agnes when she went to Germany for a holiday. This arrangement had been made with the Institute of Missionary Physicians in Würzburg, which had partly funded my fare to India. Experiences at Rishikesh. While staying in Dehradun, Agnes and I went to visit Rishikesh in the Himalayan foothills, where the young Ganges flows into the plains. Rishikesh is a center of Hindu ascetic life with many ashrams, great and small. It had been the express wish of Major Ramachandra that I should visit this place, which is so important to Hindus. We were guests of the Shivananda Ashram, the center of the Divine Life Society, which had established a number of branches, mainly in the USA. Swami Chitananda, the president of the society, granted me an interview and told me that he had visited many monasteries and abbeys in Europe, and that he had visited Germany as well. I was accompanied to the interview by a young woman from Germany. She had been living in the Shivananda ashram for the last 5 years as a nun, and had become a strict devotee of Shiva, the Hindu deity responsible for the decay and the dissolution of the material creation. She had dedicated herself to seeking God, and her young heart had an unshakable faith in Him. Her greatest desire was to live alone in a cave in the Himalayas. Some years later, she was to fulfill this wish. We had much in common in terms of our spiritual aspirations, and there was an immediate mutual understanding between us. I had no ambitions to retire into a Himalayan cave, but we did feel a strong connection. It must have been based on our shared longing for the Absolute, for complete abnegation of the world, and for encountering the ultimate reality. Swami Uma Shankar, as my young compatriot was known in India, took me to see the hermits who lived in caves on the other side of the river Ganges. It was a wonderful experience for me to sit in front of them and to listen to their words, which my companion translated from Hindi. They reminded me of the words of the Fathers of the Desert that I had read in the Philokalia. One morning, I went with Swami Uma Shankar to her music master, who conducted a kind of musical prayer with his students. Accompanied by the veena, an Indian stringed instrument, they sang texts from the Upanishads and various other songs in Sanskrit. We all sat cross-legged on the floor according to Indian custom, and a wonderful atmosphere of recollection and prayer filled the room. We also visited Hindu temples and sites of pilgrimage in Rishikesh, which is one of the most famous places of worship in India. And so, within the few days that I spent there, I saw some of the 1,000 faces of India pass by and tried to sort them out, although without much success, numbed as I was by the flood of impressions. After our return to Dehradun, Agnes and I made the long journey to Sattal, my temporary destination, where I was to stay for 2 months whilst Agnes returned to the leper colony. Sattal Ashram. In Sattal, the Methodist Church of America organizes a big gathering every year for its members in India. An Indian doctor and his wife were living there in order to attend to the medical needs of the farmers living in the surrounding mountains. There was also a Greek Orthodox monk, Father Lazarus, as well as Sister Leela, the Greek nun I already mentioned, and Sister Lalita from England. I very soon developed a warm friendship with all of them, and to our great joy we discovered that we all practiced the Jesus prayer. Father Lazarus had even published a book about it. While we were in a state of anticipation for news from Major Ramachandra, Sister Leela proved to be a most sincere and true companion who understood my situation better than anyone else. Again and again, she encouraged me to have faith and confidence in God's ways. She had herself experienced His wonderful workings many times and was convinced that He had a task for me in India. Every morning, the residents of the Sattal ashram met for an hour of Bible reading, in which the guests also took part. My English was still quite poor, and since I never knew which Bible verses I would have to read, I always prepared the whole chapter that was to be read that morning. This was an excellent training, and in this way I progressed quite well in learning the language. The weeks in the Sattal ashram, surrounded by impressive mountain scenery, finally gave me a chance to find myself again after the precipitous events of the last few weeks. With the help of the Jesus prayer, I was able to descend once again into the depths where the call to the desert had been born. I also regained that wonderful experience of inner clarity that I had felt on the morning of my departure from my monastery. In the meantime, Major Ramachandra made every effort to find a place for me, but to no avail. We really had no time to lose, because the expiry date of my 6-month visa for India was drawing closer by the week. Yet I was calm and sure that a path would open before me, as it had so often done in the past. I was convinced that God, who had arranged every detail of my voyage to India, was keeping a place for me in this country. He seemed not to expect anything else from me but an unquestioning faith and an unperturbed confidence in Him. Even so, Sister Leela and I often prayed for me to be shown the right place. This place had been waiting all along, but at the time we did not know it. All we knew was that the road to Benares, where Major Ramachandra still wanted to send me, was more and more blocked. And actually, I felt quite disinclined to live there, because it would throw me into the world, into surroundings that would hardly be in keeping with my monastic vocation. One day I had to take an important letter to the nearest post office, and the long walk led me through some lonely mountain woods. Some 10 minutes after I had left the ashram in the early morning, I realized that I had left the letter in my room. I went back to fetch it, not realizing that this little delay probably saved my life. My path crossed a small estate surrounded by a wooden fence. The house was uninhabited, but sometimes cattle were kept in the neighboring stable. As I was approaching the fence on the far side of the estate, my heart suddenly skipped a beat when I saw a huge tiger coming up through the clearing ahead of me, which I would have been passing through just a few minutes later. If I had not been forced to go back to fetch the letter I had forgotten, I would have walked directly into his jaws. The tiger continued slowly on his way, less than 20 yards from where I was standing, spellbound. The fence between us was a sham. Had the tiger been interested in me, he could have leapt it without even stretching. He must have taken a calf down in the village and no doubt was no longer hungry, for he must surely have detected my scent long before I saw him. After the tiger had disappeared up the path, I continued on my way by the same path the tiger had just used, assuming that no second tiger was on the way. Later, I was told that this tiger was probably a man-eater. Soon after, the farmers of the surrounding mountains organized a night hunt for him, fearing not only for their cattle, but also for their own lives. Shortly after this, there was some movement in my affairs. In the beginning of December, Sister Lalita returned to England. She was longing for a regular religious life in a convent, with community prayer and the liturgy, and she had never quite been able to understand why I had left my monastery. The day after her departure, a letter addressed to her reached us. It came from Sushila Agarwal, her Indian friend, who lived in an ashram for ladies. The letter contained a request to Sister Lalita to write an article about Christ for the ashram's magazine. With it came an invitation to spend some time in the ashram and to join them in celebrating the birth of Christ. Sushila Agarwal, as Sister Leela told me, was the head of the ashram Brahma Vidya Mandir, House of the Knowledge of God, at Punar in central India, which had been founded by Vinoba Bhave, a most eminent disciple of Mahatma Gandhi. It was only now that I learned that this was the very ashram that Sister Leela had had in mind for me when she first heard from Major Ramachandra that I was planning to come to India. It had long been a wish of the ashram community to have a Christian woman, preferably a nun, amongst them. The idea had been dropped because Swami Abhishektananda, for the reasons already mentioned, had deemed that ashram not suitable for me. Sushila Agarwal had asked Sister Lalita repeatedly to join them, but she had not been willing to live in a Hindu ashram because she needed a Christian community to live in. After reading this letter, we knew this was the sign for us to take action, and we were filled with great joy. Once again, Christ's words were confirmed. If thou wouldest believe, thou shouldest see the glory of God. These words were originally spoken in a different context, but we found, and rightly so, that they fitted my situation. We wrote at once to Sushila Agarwal, asking her whether I could come to the ashram instead of Sister Lalita. Then we waited with burning impatience for her reply. It came after 12 days with a cordial invitation to come to Punar. A few days later, I started the journey to Wardha, more than 1,000 kilometers away in the state of Maharashtra. On the way, I interrupted my journey to meet Swami Abhishektananda and inform him about the latest developments. Now he had no option but to submit to this clear sign from the Lord. In the course of the years to come, experience showed me more than once that one cannot intervene in the realization of the divine will, either in one's own life or in the lives of others. Swami Abhishektananda must have had good reasons for his decision, but it was obvious that God had his own plans. Chapter 16. House of the Knowledge of God. After a train journey of 2 days, I arrived on 18th December 1965 in Wardha, where the Mumbai-Kolkata railway line crosses the line from Delhi to Chennai, Madras. Sushila Agarwal was waiting for me at the station, and it was as if we had known each other for ages. We instantly became friends. She told me that the community of Brahma Vidya Mandir had for many years wished to have a Christian companion amongst them, and that they were convinced that God finally had brought us together. We rode the 7 kilometers to Punar in a rickshaw, and the members of the ashram gave me a warm welcome. I immediately felt at home. 3 months had passed since my arrival in India, and now I had reached my destination, albeit in a roundabout way. Deeply moved, I entered the compound with its low houses built around a square. At once, I knew that in Brahma Vidya Mandir I had found the place where I could put down roots again and continue with my monastic life. I was firmly determined to stay there, because it was obvious to me that God had put me there. Indeed, as I came to realize later, when I became better acquainted with India, there was no other place more ideally suited for me in the whole of the country. At the time of my arrival, the ashram had only been in existence for 6 years, and was to a certain extent still taking shape, for none of the 12 founding members had had any experience in this kind of community life. Most of the young women there had left behind a promising professional career and a comfortable life, and had traveled with Vinoba Bhave from village to village through large parts of India, in order to serve his movement of voluntary land reform. It had been Vinoba's intention to persuade landlords to donate agricultural land to their farm laborers, who could then grow their own crops. These young women had mainly looked after their mothers and children in these villages, while the men took care of the distribution of the land and the acquisition of agricultural tools. Vinoba Bhave himself had left his home and university in his youth in order to dedicate his life to Brahma Vidya, God realization. For many years, it had been his fervent wish to create a place for Indian women who shared his desire to lead a spiritual life, dedicated to the search for God. It was his intention that Brahma Vidya Mandir should be a spiritual powerhouse that would send its energy throughout the country. Sometime after my arrival at Ponar, I asked the sisters for an Indian name. I did not want them to call me by my German name, which would always remain foreign to them. They deliberated together for some days, and then decided that my name should be Shraddha. This Sanskrit word means faith and confidence in God, so that whenever they called me by this name, it would remind them of their need for faith and confidence. In a wider sense, Shraddha also means devotion. Because I was a nun, I added the word Ananda, bliss, to my new name in accordance with Indian tradition. I saw my new name in the light of the words of Elizabeth, the mother of John the Baptist, who had said to Mary, the mother of Jesus, "And blessed is she that believed." This name set a seal on my adventure of faith and was an omen for my life in India. I carried it with great joy, and I was always conscious of its deep meaning. The ashram rules. Sushila Agarwal took it upon herself to introduce me to ashram life. She explained the daily routine, showed me the different chores in the house and garden, and accompanied me to community prayer in the temple. In particular, she spoke about the 11 vows that Vinoba Bhave had set out as guiding principles for the life of the ashram community. 5 of these vows came from Ashtanga Yoga, where they figure as fundamental principles of spiritual life. Footnote: Ashtanga Yoga, the 8-fold yoga path that goes back to the Yoga Sutra of Patanjali, circa 3rd to 2nd century BCE, which later was called Raja Yoga. End footnote. The other 6 vows were taken from the ashram rules of Mahatma Gandhi. These 11 vows served as an orientation for the community, not as a formal pledge. The only condition for admission into the ashram community was the aspirant's firm intention to live according to these principles. Only brahmacharya, a celibate life, was obligatory for every member. The ashram rules and the activities in the ashram were meant to lay the foundation for the spiritual life of the community and support the striving of each member to attain Brahma Vidya, knowledge of God. The 5 principles taken from Ashtanga Yoga are: 1. Ahimsa, non-violence, love and reverence for all God's creatures. This means renouncing not only physical but also mental violence. In other words, not imposing one's will or opinion on anybody else. As a matter of course, ahimsa excludes the killing of any creature, human or animal. For this reason, a strictly vegetarian diet was obligatory. I had already practiced the vegetarian way of life in my monastery ever since the day when I had felt a strong aversion to taking meat, and my superiors had permitted me to take milk instead. Looking back, I see now how even then India had already been waiting on the horizon, though it was still so very far away. All those years ago, I had hardly suspected how important vegetarianism would one day turn out to be for me. The principle of non-violence was held in high esteem in Brahma Vidya Mandir. One shrank from inflicting pain on any creature, even a poisonous snake. Indeed, we had a cobra living with us in peaceful coexistence, and, some critical moments notwithstanding, nobody was harmed in all those years. Footnote: One evening, as I sat in meditation on my bed, I was startled by a heavy thump. I fetched the torch that was always ready to hand, and was terrified to see a big cobra winding its way across my bed, making for the door of the veranda. That evening, in spite of all warnings, I had forgotten to put up the mosquito net, and the snake, on its usual path over the timberwork of the roof, had fallen onto my bed. I had often heard the noise of something falling onto the mosquito net, thinking it was probably a rat. My dreams that night were more like a horror film, but my fellow sisters were not very impressed when I told them the next morning about my adventure. Serpents in India are considered a symbol of Vishnu, and to meet them is valued as being in effect a meeting with that deity. End footnote. 2. Satya. Truthfulness, honesty, and sincerity in word and deed. Satya also includes not just having faith in one's own conscience, but also showing respect for the consciences of others, meaning that one should never try to force anyone to change their mind. 3. Asteya. Not stealing, not taking anything that belongs to others. Mahatma Gandhi said that taking things, even with the permission of the owner, was a form of theft if one does not need them. To increase or expand one's wants is also considered an offense against the principle of asteya. 4. Brahmacharya. Physical and mental sexual abstinence in order to dedicate one's life to the search for God. Footnote. Brahmacharya was originally a phase of life of a Vedic student and lasted 12 years. End footnote. I had already made this promise in my youth and had taken a solemn oath at the time of the consecration of virgins years later. 5. Aparigraha. Not to accumulate things, not to keep things that are superfluous, either as an individual or as a community. Aparigraha is a very concrete and practical vow of poverty. I was always deeply impressed by the consistency with which this principle was practiced in the ashram, and sometimes felt ashamed of not being able to realize it in the same way as my fellow sisters. Meister Eckhart speaks to his novices about this same spirit of detachment in his talks of instruction. He says, "Whosoever can do without all things, and does not need them, is much more fortunate than the one who feels the need for them and wants to possess them. That man is the best who can dispense with what he does not need." The remaining 6 principles were part of Mahatma Gandhi's ashram rules, which he created for practical, ethical, and partly political reasons. They are physical work, control of the palate, fearlessness, equality of religions, loyalty to one's country, and abolition of the untouchability of the casteless Hindus. In order to keep these 11 vows constantly in mind, the ashram community recited them twice every day after prayers in the temple. Sushila's explanation of these principles moved me deeply, for not only did she speak with great conviction, but she herself was a living example of their implementation. As Sushila was explaining the ashram rules, I realized that the 5 Ashtanga Yoga vows did bear Christian traits, although they were formulated centuries before the Sermon on the Mount. In his teachings, Jesus Christ again and again stressed the principle of nonviolence and confirmed it by his own example. Because he was meek and lowly in heart, he could ask his disciples to follow his example. In the same way, the teacher of Nazareth demanded purity and sincerity in thought and deed from his disciples. Their speech should be an uncompromising yea, yea, nay, nay. Jesus Christ, who by his own testimony did not possess even a place to lay down his head, also attached great importance to having modest needs and a carefree faith in the fulfillment of life's necessities, because our Father in heaven gives to each one according to his needs. Footnotes. 1. The Son of Man hath not where to lay his head. Luke 9:58. 2. Your heavenly Father knoweth that ye have need of all these things. Matthew 6:32. End footnotes. The implementation of these 11 vows, especially that of genuine poverty and great simplicity of living, would from now on form part of my life at Brahma Vidya Mandir. This was what I had so much desired in my monastery after the experience of the desert, It was in truth how I now wanted to live, though I found that life in Brahma Vidya Mandir had a degree of ascetic sparseness beyond anything that I could ever have imagined. The ashram rules followed by the community differed from the rule of Saint Benedict, which had hitherto shaped my monastic life. Whilst Saint Benedict minutely regulates community life, Vinoba Bhave left it to the founding members to mold for themselves their life together. The authority lay with the community itself, and decisions were only valid when taken unanimously. The supreme rule at Brahma Vidya Mandir was love, and in order to show the measure of love that should prevail amongst the sisters and brothers, Vinoba Bhave had chosen Christ's words. "This is my commandment, that ye love one another as I have loved you." Sushila Agarwal emphasized that this love should show in our practical living. We should live for one another and selflessly serve the community. She herself epitomized this ideal to the point of total self-denial. She was also very interested in the way of life of my erstwhile monastic community, and quite often I told her about our life at St. Ehrentraud. In this way, our mutual experiences in community life complemented each other. Saint Benedict demanded that his monks earn their living by the work of their hands. It was the same at Brahma Vidya Mandir. For 4 hours a day we worked for a nearby publisher, where Vinoba's books were published in various Indian languages. We folded the sheets and prepared them for binding. For this work, the community received the customary modest wages. Apart from this, we grew our own vegetables, and no food was brought in other than oil, cereals, and milk. Every month, the ashram edited a small magazine for Indian women that had subscribers across the whole country. It dealt with the cultivation of a religious life and the development of a sense of social responsibility. Brahma Vidya. Our day started early in the ashram. At 4:30 we gathered in the temple for the first community prayer, followed by a 1-hour lesson in Indian philosophy. Unfortunately, I could not go to this as it was held in Hindi, which I did not understand sufficiently. After a modest breakfast, each of us then worked in the house and garden for 2 hours. Every day we had approximately 4 hours to ourselves, which we used for study, meditation, and spinning cotton yarn for our clothing. One group of sisters gathered each evening to sing with great fervor the beautiful songs of Mirabai, the famous Indian princess and mystic, 1498 to circa 1563. Her songs express her burning love for Krishna, the 8th incarnation of Vishnu, the preserver god in the Hindu trinity of Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva, and one of the most celebrated heroes of Indian mythology. In the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna is often depicted as a shepherd playing the flute, and is the great teacher of the seeker of God, Arjuna. 3 times a day, the ashram community assembled for prayer in the temple for 20 to 30 minutes. I participated in this prayer from the first day, but since I didn't know the language, I could not recite the text with the sisters. In any case, I also had some doubts about praying to a God who, so I thought at the time, was not the God of the Christians. I practiced the Jesus prayer instead. In the early morning, the community recited the Ishavasya Upanishad in Sanskrit. Upanishad means secret teachings, the knowledge of the ultimate being, the creation and the soul that is to be conveyed only to initiates. Upanishad also means to sit nearby in devotion at the feet of the Guru in order to be introduced into the secret knowledge of Brahman, the Supreme Being, that is passed on from person to person only. In the middle of the day, we recited the Vishnu Sahasranama, 1,000 names of Vishnu, the names listed for Vishnu, the preserver god of Hinduism, in the ancient Indian epic, the Mahabharata. In Hinduism, it is believed that chanting these names with sincere devotion bestows peace of mind and noble virtues. In the evening, part of the 2nd chapter of the Bhagavad Gita was recited, The Bhagavad Gita, probably composed during the 3rd century BCE, is as highly regarded in India as the Bible is in the Christian world. Like the Bible, it has been translated into nearly all the languages of the world. Even today, it shapes the lives of millions of Indians who know the sacred texts by heart and recite them during their work in the house, in the fields, or on the streets. The Ishavasya Upanishad is comprised of only 18 verses. In the beginning, the Upanishad describes the nature of the all-pervading One, the Absolute Lord. All this, whatever moves in the changing universe, is enveloped by God. The non-dual Atman, self, is one swifter than thought. The senses do not reach it, as it is ever ahead of them. Though itself standing still, it outstrips those who run. In it, the all-pervading air supports the activity of beings. It moves, and it moves not. It is far, and it is near. It is within all this, and it transcends all. Then the unknown author of this Upanishad points to 2 practices that are diametrically opposed to the attainment of the true knowledge of the Supreme Being. Those who are devoted to avidya, ignorance or rituals, enter into blinding darkness, and those who delight in vidya, theoretical knowledge of the deities, enter into still greater darkness. Footnote: in Vedic times it was believed, as Radha Krishnan explains in his introduction to the Bhagavad Gita, that by means of sacrifices, cosmic forces were set in motion. When rites were performed with knowledge, the expected benefit would result. The primary motive in offering sacrifices, Radha Krishnan adds, was the desire for earthly and heavenly gain. End footnote. The Upanishad reaches its culmination with the seeker of God imploring the sustainer of life to show him his face. The face of truth is covered with a brilliant golden disk. Do thou remove it, O sustainer, so that I, the seeker of truth, may behold it. The golden disk refers to the disk of the sun, which here symbolizes the material world that fascinates us and hides God's face from us. But it is not just the material world that comes between us and God. Our mental pictures also cover his face. The intellect and the experiences of the senses, as well as everything we see, veil the eternal truth that we can only behold with closed eyes and a mind made completely motionless. It is the eternal truth itself that conquers the created light with the uncreated light. Therefore, the seeker of God prays directly to the Sustainer, the Seeing One, the ruler of the world, that he may withdraw the rays that veil his face. Through thy grace, may I behold the most blessed form of thine. At first, the true meaning of the Ishavasya Upanishad was a mystery to me, because it was a whole year before I could study the text in more detail. But to really understand such a text is only possible if one has experienced what it talks about. The communal prayer that plays such a central role in the daily routine of the Benedictine monasteries had its importance in Brahma Vidya Mandir as well, though it was not given the same prominence that Saint Benedict gives it. The members of the community were free to choose whether or not to participate, but Vinoba Bhave had pointed out that to neglect this part of our daily program would have definite consequences for our spiritual life. Whoever neglects prayer and meditation, or whoever gives it insufficient time, will not develop spiritually. One can gain the experience of the infinite only if one remains in active contact with God. The spiritual basis of Brahma Vidya Mandir was the Advaita philosophy. Advaita, means non-duality and signifies that the Supreme Being, God, is the only principle of existence. He is the one without a second. According to Advaita, the entire creation is but an emanation of the highest absolute being. This paramount tenet is expressed in the prologue of the Ishavasya Upanishad, which was sung by the ashram community every morning. This is fullness. That is fullness. Fullness emanates from fullness. Although fullness emanates from fullness, fullness remains undiminished. This mystic verse is a description of the creation in a nutshell. With a few abstract terms, the Upanishad speaks of the inexhaustible divine being, the fullness, from which the creation, also called fullness, flows forth in an uninterrupted emanation. Since the creation does not have an independent existence, and since by its coming and going it forms an endless cycle, the emanated fullness does not diminish the emanating fullness, which is the ultimate being. God's creative power emanates from Him and merges back to its origin. To realize the truth of these words is an overwhelming experience. There was a moment when I had an inkling of this experience, and in August 1967, I noted in my diary, "My life is very simple. God draws me more and more into the mystery of His threefold life, and I have nothing more to do than let myself be begotten by Him and give back my life to Him through His Son in the profound silencing of words and thoughts." And I added, "Every day my experience is the same. I do not feel my existence. Things are passing me by and I do not really notice them. Even when I am studying or thinking any thoughts, I am not the doer." This is a Christian interpretation of an Advaita experience, which is the experience of the soul's identity with God. Whether this is the oneness of the soul with God, Atman with Brahman, as Advaita postulates, or whether it is union, the soul's merging with Him, as Christian theology says, is merely a matter of theory. Whoever has had the experience has no need for analysis, for once we attain Brahmavidya, once we have actually experienced that only Brahman, the Supreme Being, God, has true existence, we realize at the same time our oneness with Him, and then we know, Aham Brahmasmi, I am that one. This is in perfect agreement with the words that Jesus spoke to His disciples on the eve of His crucifixion. I and my Father are one. In His farewell speech, He returns once more to this mystery of His oneness with the Father, this time in a prayer directly addressed to the Father. That they all may be one, as Thou, Father, art in me, and I in Thee. Meister Eckhart also speaks of the oneness of the perfect soul in terms similar to those of the Upanishad. Therefore, when I am transformed in God, and He has made me one with Himself, then, as truly as God lives, there is no difference between us. God and I are one. Whoever has attained direct experience of the oneness of God and the soul has become a jnani, a knower, one who possesses the highest realization. Such a one has attained the purpose of human life and has reached the end of his or her course as a created being. The sisters at Brahmavidya Mandir, however, were not following the path of knowledge, Jnana Yoga. Although they received lessons in Advaita, they were following the path of bhakti, devotion. They were devotees of a God who had taken the human form as an avatar, incarnation, and who thus had become a personal God. Footnote: the Holy Scriptures of India mention two aspects of God. The first of these is the formless, attributeless, absolute being, Brahman, who can be known only by experience, that is, by the merging of the individual Atman, soul, into Brahman. The second aspect of God pertains to the divine being in relation to the creation and is referred to as Ishwar, Lord of creation. Ishwar, in turn, has three aspects: the creator, sustainer, and destroyer, personified in the three deities known as Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva. According to Indian tradition, Vishnu incarnates from time to time in human and other forms, and as Krishna, who is considered to be his 8th incarnation. End footnote. Just as Christians are devoted to Christ, so most of them were devotees of Krishna. There are many parallels between the life of Jesus and that of Krishna, whether viewed historically or mythologically. The spiritual goal of the community was to attain God realization through bhakti, the way of devotion to God, and through karma yoga, as taught in the Bhagavad Gita. Karma yoga means selfless, desireless, and disinterested action, which includes prayer, meditation, devotion to a deity, and the study of spiritual scriptures. Becoming an Indian. Such were the conditions in which my new life began. It was not long before I was participating in the complete daily routine of the ashram, working in the vegetable garden, very familiar to me, sitting in front of the low, open fireplace in the kitchen, cleaning the houses, and fetching water from the well. In addition, I was eagerly studying Hindi, the basics of which I had already acquired in the monastery, but the main language for me was English, which was understood by most of the ashram sisters. It was not always easy to adapt to life in Brahma Vidya Mandir, for the contrast with my previous way of life was just too great. I found it especially hard to adapt to the diet, and I ate only when hunger compelled me. The total absence of tables and chairs in the ashram was also very hard for me. Practically the whole daily routine took place on the floor, whether it was working in the printing press, eating, studying, or praying in the temple. For many people in India, this is nothing unusual, and it was by no means intended to be an ascetic exercise, but for me, it took a lot of getting used to. The sisters, however, felt that I adapted to the ashram very quickly, and to them this was a confirmation that I had lived in India in a previous life. This was a view that I could not accept at that time. The concept of reincarnation was just too strange, and it would take years before my intellect was able to open itself to something that had been taken for granted in early Christianity. It was only after the Second Council of Constantinople in CE 553 that reincarnation was no longer generally accepted by Christians. But the sisters never made any attempt to convert me to their way of thinking. A few days after Christmas 1965, I fell sick with paratyphoid fever. In order to cure the illness, fasting was advised. Only water was permitted. This was a difficult test for me, and my mind revolted. Of course, a doctor was called who gave me homeopathic medicine, and I was lovingly nursed by the sisters. Indeed, the weeks of illness brought us closer to each other than would otherwise have been the case. After 3 weeks, the fever left me, but I was weakened. Nevertheless, I decided to forego any tonics and rejected all thoughts of my habitual German food. I still found the plain ashram food difficult to take, but I slowly recuperated, and after a reasonable period of convalescence, I was able to participate again in all the activities of the ashram. Living in the desert. 4 months passed, reeling off like a film in which I was both actor and spectator at the same time. In just a few weeks, everything that had been my life for so many years fell away. As soon as I entered my promised land, the framework of my former monastic life ceased to exist. The conditions in which I now continued my search for God were fundamentally different. In particular, there was no longer any outward support for my Christian spiritual life that I could hold on to. Now God really led me into the desert which I had so fervently longed for while I was in the paradise of our Benedictine religious life. Since my experience of the desert, I had left behind everything that had become a hindrance on my spiritual path, a veil between my soul and God, whose touch I had felt for a moment. Now I found myself in the nakedness of the desert of which Père de Vayun had spoken. But in this desert, I knew there was the fountain that had welled up inside me when my consciousness had been drawn into that deep spiritual awareness. I had carried this fountain with me during the exodus from my former life, and now I was being given the opportunity to drink freely from it. Above all, I was accompanied into the desert by the invisible inner light I had known, and by His grace, which was the source of life for my soul. He had remained with me, the one by whose command I had left the land of my fathers, my monastery. The world might be turning around me and countless impressions might be pressing in upon me, but as long as He was near, I was not moved by any passing events. The incessant Jesus prayer accompanied me as well, and a wonderful strength emanated from it as it continuously repeated itself within me. In this way, I was excellently equipped for life in the desert. During my ridge walk, an unconditional submission to the will of God had been my only chance of survival. Now, for some time, an absolute confidence in God became the foundation of my life in the desert. Without it, all sense of meaning in my life would have vanished like water running into desert sands. This confidence in God did not even leave space for hope is based on ego, one's sense of self. Every hope is nothing but a wish that God may grant fulfillment of one's own desires and imaginations. If one can put one's confidence wholly in God, then the person no longer has any wishes of his own, so the question of hope that they may be fulfilled does not arise. Such confidence is the gift of a longing to unite one's will with the will of God, to lose oneself in God. Even so, I did sometimes wonder what the future might have in store for me. What were God's plans for my life? Why had He brought me to this country? I did not know, nor did I care to know. Had He not taken over the direction of my life long ago, and had He not, ever since I entered this promised land, arranged everything so well? All I had to do was to lose myself once again in this adventure of faith. What I did not know then, what I could not even faintly imagine, was that in the years that lay before me, I would have to go through many phases of inner development in order to reach the threshold of the real promised land that awaited me in God's plan. Many new spiritual horizons had yet to appear before I arrived at that point. It was, however, of little importance that I was not aware of the direction in which my inner guide would take me. What counted was that I should abandon myself to His guidance, which I was experiencing in so many ways. Only after the completion of this process of transformation would God lift the veil and let me look at the goal that I was unknowingly striving for, and I would have to spend more than 6 years in India before this happened. But every day in India, new perspectives opened before me, and every day my horizon expanded beyond anything I had previously imagined, so that my trust in God's guidance grew and grew, confirming my faith more and more. Only a few weeks after my arrival at the Ponar ashram, I was to receive an overwhelming proof of the way in which God was clearing my path. Chapter 17. With the Blessings of the Church. As I had left my monastery for India with the permission of the highest ecclesiastical body, I had to place myself under the jurisdiction of the bishop of the area in which I lived. This obligation, Swami Abhishektananda had warned me, might possibly turn out to be a source of problems for me. He had written to say that a bishop would be more than a little hesitant about taking responsibility for an exclaustrated nun who wanted to come to India on her own, without a church mandate and without concrete plans for founding a religious community. As a precaution, they might demand that I have a companion with me, or the bishop might employ me for missionary work, meaning that I would be unable to live according to my vocation. However, once I was certain that India was indeed my promised land, all such concerns disappeared, for I was convinced that he who had called me to India would surely take care of those problems as well in order to realize his plan. I had already received the first evidence of how divine providence was governing my life in that country, and I had seen how wonderfully my path had been leveled before me. At Brahmavidya Mandir, I already felt like a member of the ashram community, but now it was time for me to contact the bishop in whose diocese the Ponar ashram was situated. I had to place myself under his jurisdiction, and in particular, I needed his permission to live in a Hindu ashram. When I had first arrived, after leaving the railway station at Varda to go to Ponar, I had noticed a small church in the town. I attended Mass there on the following Sunday, walking the 8 kilometers from Ponar to Varda on foot, and introducing myself to Father Matthew, an Indian priest who had ministered there. He was, like the bishop, a member of a branch of the Carmelite order of Kerala. The residence of the bishop was about 5 hours away by train. Father Matthew promised to report my visit to the bishop, but then the contact was interrupted since I fell ill and could no longer attend Sunday Mass. A few weeks later, however, Father Matthew visited me at Ponar and told me about his meeting with the bishop. To my great astonishment, I learnt that Monsignor Januarius, the Bishop of Chanda, not only approved of my stay in Brahmavidya Mandir, but had always had a strong desire to have a contemplative community in his diocese. He was very interested in meeting me, said Father Matthew, and would surely visit me at Ponar sometime. My first meeting with the bishop took place a few weeks later at Varda. I was deeply impressed by his personality and instantly trusted him. Monsignor Januarius told me that he had taken a degree in Indology in order to extend his knowledge of Hinduism. At that time, this was quite an unusual thing for a Catholic Indian theologian to do. Since he had himself acquired first-hand knowledge of the Indian Holy Scriptures, he advised me to start by studying these scriptures in order to obtain an authentic insight into Indian philosophy. He advised against reading books about Hinduism written by other, mostly Western, authors. So I not only received the blessings of the Church for my life in a Hindu ashram, but I also was instructed by the bishop to study the Holy Scriptures of India. This was far more than I could ever have imagined. When I told Monsignor Januarius how, when I was still in Germany, Swami Abhishektananda's letters had made me tremble about my future bishop in India, he laughed heartily. In my clumsy English, I then told the bishop the story of how I had come to India. Once more, he astonished me by confessing that he had been praying for years for someone like me to come to his diocese, a member of a contemplative order wanting to integrate into the spiritual tradition of his people. I was literally the fulfillment of his prayers. The bishop also suggested that I could perform a very important service for the Church as a mediator. We then spoke about the future and agreed that we would wait for a sign, for we were both wholly convinced that God would manifest his will at the right time. I was much relieved by the bishop's attitude. I felt quite reassured that he would not one day arbitrarily assign to me another task in his diocese, as Swami Abhishektananda had feared. In the course of our conversation, the bishop also inquired about the form of prayer I practiced. to help me answer, he first spoke about his own inner striving and deeply impressed me by his words. I then tried to speak about my own spiritual experience, what God's life-giving gaze meant to me, how I wanted to respond to this gaze with my whole being in the silencing of my thoughts, and how his invisible light would shine inside me. This experience of the inner light was to become my spiritual life from Easter 1967 onwards. My diary notes of those years regularly refer to this phenomenon. In 1968, for instance, I wrote, "It is the divine light, the all-permeating, seeing light. I feel how this light not only flows over my body, but how it dissolves it, so to speak. All that remains is the light. The body dissolves into light. Not that I am not permanently conscious of my body, but I feel that the light eliminates it. All I have to do is let my whole being be permeated by this light. No mental activity is needed. The light is there, and sometimes it engulfs me with great force." I also mentioned to the bishop my practice of the incessant Jesus prayer, but it was unknown to him. Finally, I assured him that I would not only continue to recite the breviary, but would also keep up my daily Bible reading. The bishop seemed satisfied with my replies. At the end of our talk, Monsignor gave me a very important piece of advice. I should always keep my aim clearly in view so that I would not be distracted and driven by all the events of the day, but at the same time I should not have a concrete plan. This was his directive. He said that above all I should try to implement that for which I had applied for the exclaustration, because the value of your experiment will be measured only by the spiritual depth into which it will lead you. What was this aim that I should keep clearly before me? It was He Himself, the still unknown One, the One who had become my fate and had taken possession of me. Now I must live with Him, not in the garden enclosed of the monastery, but in the desert, until He alone would be there, and this me, that still continued to exist, would merge into Him. To live with Him in the desert had been my only purpose for coming to India, and my sole legitimate reason for living here, though it was not mentioned in my application for the exclaustration. And God's intentions were still unknown to me. My whole striving was aimed at this goal, and I wanted to reach it through a life of intense prayer and meditation. The incessant Jesus prayer had long been a proven means of directing my heart to Him throughout the whole day. It was my way of answering His gaze and exposing myself to the rays of the invisible light. That is what my spiritual life consisted of. Not to develop any concrete plan meant that I had to read His will from His eyes, as I had done in the past. My sole concern should therefore be to remain in eye-to-eye contact with my inner guide, in order to find out what his intentions were in any given situation. I would have to continue to feel my way forward on the path that lay before me, but was hidden from my sight. Anyway, it was much too early to make any plans for the future. Later, I was to find that my life in India developed its own dynamic and presented me with tasks that were not of my choosing, but that I could not evade. 4 weeks after this first meeting, the bishop asked me whether I was receiving sufficient nourishment for my spiritual life in Brahma Vidya Mandir. He had noticed a very deep spiritual craving in my heart, and he was not sure, he said, whether this could be fulfilled in the ashram. I confessed, in all frankness, that because I was still adapting to my new life, I was as yet unable to realize all that I was striving for. An intense spiritual life with many hours of silent prayer and contemplation, The language barrier and all the different things I still had to learn were preventing me from making best use of all the ashram had to offer. Even so, from the beginning, I had a wonderful feeling of freedom in my new living environment in Brahmavidya Mandir. There was no longer any curtain between God and my soul such as I had experienced in the monastery, especially during the long hours of obligatory prayer in the church. The daily routine in the ashram left me a lot of time for contemplative prayer and meditation. In addition, it was a great relief to be rid of the feeling, which had so much depressed me in the monastery, of having to keep up a tradition. The bishop's question had related to the absence of any Christian religious framework, generally considered indispensable for the maintenance of a spiritual life. But it was exactly this framework that had felt so alien to me for so many years, since experiencing deeper levels of consciousness. I did not miss the exterior forms of the Christian worship at all, since I had already found them to be a hindrance to drinking from the fountain of living water. Nor did I miss the sacraments, because my form of communion was the divine light. I did not say this openly to Monsignor Januarius, fearing that, as a bishop and member of an order, he might not be able to understand it. Yet from the beginning, I had made it clear to the ashram community that I would attend Mass every Sunday in the parish church. This obligation of a Catholic Christian was well known to the sisters, and they never put up any obstacle to my fulfilling it. Bishop Januarius continued to follow my progress with great interest. From time to time, he used to come to the ashram. He was a welcome guest there, and soon came to be a friend of the community. I did not consider it merely a matter of luck that it was exactly this bishop in whose diocese Punar was situated. To me, it was yet another fulfillment of Christ's promise. If thou wouldst believe, thou shouldest see the glory of God. Occasionally, I spent a few days at the bishop's residence to attend to his correspondence with houses of various religious orders in Germany who envisaged founding communities in his diocese. On one of these occasions, I was introduced to Mr. H. Singh from Nagpur, who was a guest in the neighborhood. We talked about Brahmavidya Mandir, and I mentioned that I was a nun. This made him ask me what I had gained from my spiritual life by leaving the world and joining a convent. Somewhat surprised, I answered that I considered this my vocation, since I had felt the wish to devote my life to God from my early youth. Mr. Singh then wanted to know whether I had ever experienced the audible life stream, the sound of the Word of God. Never having heard of anything like this, I had no answer. But it was clear to me that it must be an extraordinary experience. I was then unaware of the fact that this phenomenon, albeit described in different words, was also known to Christian mystics. Although I had not suggested it, or even hinted at it, Mr. Singh offered to visit me in the ashram, about 70 kilometers from Nagpur, in order to bring some literature on the subject. Some time later, he came and left a book on the teachings of the masters, in which I would find information about the sound current, as he called the audible life stream. After this, the contact with Mr. Singh continued, although I was not really interested in the teachings of the masters. Mr. Singh had offered me the hospitality of his family in Nagpur, and sometimes, when I had business there, I would visit them. He never missed the opportunity to furnish me with more literature on the teachings of the masters, and, not wishing to be impolite, I would sometimes glance at it. This seemingly accidental and trivial meeting with Mr. Singh proved later to be crucially significant. Although I did not realize it at that time, our short meeting at the bishop's residence was my first step towards a whole new phase in my spiritual life, the path of the masters, for which my inner guide had brought me to India. In Brahmavidya Mandir, I now had solid ground under my feet, and within a few months I felt I had received overwhelming proof that my life in India was part and parcel of a clearly designed divine plan. It seemed clear that he had everything under control, so to speak. Nevertheless, I sometimes still had the feeling of walking on a tightrope, and the drop below caused me even more giddiness than when I was on the ridge. On the ridge, I had had my accustomed environment, which provided at least a certain visual support, whereas on the tightrope, only his gaze gave me any feeling of security. I knew he would not let me fall into the depth, provided I trusted him. This realization would fill me with a joy that made me forget the depths lurking below. Kripao ki Mata. At the end of March 1966, I had to begin my service at the leper colony at Dehradun in northern India. I had taken this upon myself in order to replace my friend Agnes Kunz during her home leave in Germany. In this colony, there lived about 100 lepers, some of whom were families with children. They kept their own houses, and whoever was able to work could do so by spinning and weaving wool and cotton in the colony's workshops. Apart from administrative work and housekeeping, my assistant, who was also German, and I had to be present during the doctor's visits to dispense the medicine and to supervise the dressing of wounds caused by leprosy. The rest of the nursing was done by residents who had received some training. There was no real risk of my being infected, since those who lived in the colony had already passed the contagious phase. The atmosphere in the colony was not at all depressing. In fact, people were joyous and grateful to receive not only a roof over their heads and their livelihood, but also respect for their human dignity. Marriages were held, children were born, feasts were celebrated, and provisions for their possible return to normal life were made. I took part in everything and did my best to look after the many worries and needs of these people. My stay at the colony lasted 6 months in all. During this period, I had to do work that was diametrically opposed to a contemplative life, and in truth, I felt overtaxed. But in spite of the excessive burden and the turbulence, I felt a deep inner peace. I hardly noticed the world spinning round me. Things passed me by and sank away again. My daily work was done wholly in the presence of God and in the practice of the Jesus prayer. When, after 5 months, Agnes returned from her holidays, I started my journey to Kolkata to meet Mother Teresa, as Major Ramachandra had enjoined me to do. Little did I imagine at that moment what turbulence the meeting with Mother Teresa would trigger. Chapter 18. Meeting Mother Teresa. In Kolkata, I was able to spend 2 extraordinary days with Mother Teresa. She took me to Kali Ghat, formerly the pilgrim hall of a temple, dedicated to the goddess Kali. This was where they brought people who were found dying in the streets of Kolkata. They were the poorest of the poor, for whom there was not even a place in the 3,000 official slums of Kolkata. They were taken off the streets so that they could at least pass away in peace. Many of these pitiable people lay completely apathetic on their beds, cowed like animals, unable to speak or eat. A German woman doctor who had joined Mother Teresa's Order of the Missionaries of Charity went from bed to bed asking them about their condition and treating them with the same respect and courtesy as if they were privileged patients or even beloved parents and friends. Afterwards, we visited one of the homes for young orphans. They had been abandoned by their mothers, who were too poor to feed them. These half-starved little ones were nursed by the sisters with great care. For those who survived, sponsor parents were sought to look after their education, visit them, invite them to their houses, and take care of their needs. The next day I was allowed to accompany Mother Teresa to the Kolkata docks, where her presence was needed in order to receive a cargo of rice that had been donated by Miserior, a charitable organization of the Catholic Church in Germany. Mother Teresa wanted to have it loaded into the waiting lorries and take it with her. However, she met with endless difficulties because she did not have all the necessary paperwork. The problems were solved only after she had gained entry to the office of the head of the dock administration, and they learned who she was. It took 4 hours to settle the affair, so there was no time left to visit the buildings housing the lepers who were cared for by Mother Teresa's community. I looked up to Mother Teresa with admiration. She was a charismatic personality who possessed the power to inspire others and stimulate them to exceptional service. The motivating power behind her dedication, the secret of her success, was a profound love for Christ that filled her whole being. In 1983, when she was lying sick in a hospital bed, she wrote a meditation on Christ's question to his disciples. "But whom say ye that I am?" In her meditation she wrote, "Jesus is my only love. Jesus is my one and all." It was to Jesus that she had dedicated her life of service to the abandoned, to those whom no one else cared for. With absolute consistency, she put into practice the words of Jesus. "Verily I say unto you, inasmuch as ye have done it unto one of the least of these my brethren, ye have done it unto me." During my 2 days in Kolkata, we hardly spoke about personal matters, but I still felt a certain intimacy between us. We had gone similar ways, because God had intervened in our lives, both of us leaving our convents, knowing we had to obey. This experience connected us. Apparently, Mother Teresa felt the same, because when we first met, she said, "You are not a novelty to me." Her way had led her into the slums of Kolkata, while mine had led into the desert. 2 days after this memorable stay in Kolkata, I wanted to travel to the south of India to visit some Benedictine monasteries. Mother Teresa also had to go south, so she invited me to travel with her and 2 of her sister companions. However, circumstances obliged Mother Teresa to postpone her journey for some days, so I waited for her, and this brought about a sequence of events that would have been hard to imagine. Halfway to Chennai, we had been traveling for about 10 hours, the train was stopped by striking students who wanted to enforce the setting up of a steel plant in this area. When it became clear that the train would be held up for a long time, Mother Teresa became active. She took the ringleaders to task and insisted they organize a van for her and her companions and drive us to the next town, 1 hour away. Since it was Mother Teresa who demanded this, the young men hastened to comply with her request. They organized a jeep and took us to a big convent school, where we were received with great hospitality. For the sisters there, it was a great honor to render a service to Mother Teresa. It was 10 days before we were able to continue our journey. A Christian ashram. In those days of forced rest, Mother Teresa repeatedly brought up the subject of the founding of a contemplative community. She told me she had reflected quite often about my present situation. In her opinion, I had now gained sufficient experience in Brahma Vidya Mandir, and it was time to start something on my own. Actually, I had spent only 3 months in the ashram and had only begun to familiarize myself with their way of life and their spirituality. Mother Teresa confessed that it had long been her wish to have a contemplative branch of her order in addition to the missionaries of charity, who served the poorest of the poor. This contemplative branch would support the work of the external branch of the sisters by prayer. This vision is generally accepted in the Catholic Church and is also shared by the Benedictines and members of all other contemplative orders. Footnote: to support this conviction, an event from the book of Exodus is noted. While the Israelites were fighting against the Amalekites, who resisted their passage through their country, Moses climbed to the top of a hill with Aaron and Hur and lifted up his arms in prayer. As long as he remained in this position, the Israelites were victorious, but as soon as he put down his arms, the enemies triumphed. Exodus 17:10-13. End footnote. Mother Teresa considered me to be the right person to establish such a community with her help. She said she already had a suitable house at Kolkata and she would support me in every way. I should come to her and not return to Ponar. Mother Teresa must surely have been concerned about the salvation of my soul, which in her view was in danger in this non-Christian ashram. In keeping with her character, she now wanted to take action. She remembered a nun from Mangalore in the state of Karnataka who wished to enter a contemplative order. She could be my companion from the beginning. I should write to this sister in Mother Teresa's name and then visit her. The founding of a prayer branch of her order was already as good as settled for Mother Teresa, and she became more and more enthusiastic about it. However, this was an enthusiasm that I found difficult to share. I voiced my doubts and reservations about her idea very clearly, but she was not ready to listen to my objections. Do the first step in faith. Think of nothing else, she advised me. This is what she had practiced herself when founding her own community. The difference was that she had had an inner calling on which to base her faith, whereas I did not feel any calling to set up a contemplative branch of the Missionaries of Charity. Certainly, Mother Teresa's plan to entrust me with the founding of a contemplative community was no small proof of her confidence in me, but it frightened me. Of course, there had once been a vague intention to start a community according to the ideal of the hermits of Sachchidananda, and I might well have joined that group, but I had never intended to found a community on my own. Moreover, I was convinced that God had led me to Brahma Vidya Mandir for a reason, and that my place was there. Yet Mother Teresa insisted on her plans. I agreed to write to the nun in Mangalore and to visit her. On my way south, I was to discuss the issue with Father Francis, the founder of Kurishumala Ashram in the Nilgiri Hills in southern India. Some years ago, he had started a monastic community according to the rule of Saint Benedict, so he should be able to offer valuable advice. Mother Teresa expected a lot from his counseling and said, "Do what Father Francis tells you to do." She herself had always submitted obediently to her superiors, to her spiritual guides, and to the bishop. She was convinced that in this way the will of God was made manifest to her. I, for my part, was not so sure of this, because in my life God's plans had been revealed differently. The subsequent conversations I had with Father Francis made it abundantly clear that founding a contemplative community on the basis of Indian monastic and spiritual tradition should be preceded by a thorough and profound preparation. Father Francis was convinced that I would need to gain more experience if I wished to start such a project from a solid base. Mother Teresa would probably have considered such preparation superfluous. We had never discussed what kind of religious life the prospective community was to live by, but to her it was surely self-evident that the prayer branch would lead the conventional religious life of a Catholic convent. She definitely would have rejected any adaptation to the Indian spiritual tradition. To her, it would have been unwise to experiment in this way with young women from traditional Catholic families in India. Another conversation, this time with the general prior of the Apostolic Carmelites at Kerala, to whom my bishop belonged, led to similar conclusions. Furthermore, the general prior, who had once visited Brahma Vidya Mandir with Monsignor Januarius, was of the opinion that my stay there could well be a lifelong task for me. After all these discussions, it was clear that my proposed trip to Mangalore would no longer serve any real purpose, but I wanted to comply with Mother Teresa's wishes and visit the nun she had mentioned. Very soon, however, it became evident that the situation was not at all as Mother Teresa had thought. Sister Immaculata would not have been a suitable companion for me to start a contemplative community with. We did agree on many points about a contemplative life, but at the same time we were both so much shaped by our different backgrounds and experiences in religious life that it would have been hard to find a common basis for a community life. I was very much relieved that the subject of founding a prayer branch of the Missionaries of Charity was clearly out of the question, and I informed Mother Teresa about the outcome of these various conversations. But whenever I met her in later years, she always took great interest in my life in India. It was only in 1978, after another 10 years, that she realized her plan to start a contemplative branch of her order. After this episode, I left Mangalore for Bangalore. There I visited, as planned, my fellow brethren in the Benedictine order in their monastery, Asirvanam, Forest of Benediction, and discussed the events of the last few days with the prior. He confirmed my own conviction that I should live at Brahma Vidya Mandir. Since God had led me there in such a wonderful way, it seemed clear that this was where I should be. This was the second time within a year that I had found that man-made plans for my life did not always conform to the will of God. In such cases, the plans were doomed to fail, even if made with the best intentions and religious zeal. For me, it was further evidence that I should fix my gaze firmly on my inner guide and follow the inner call, for only in this way would I be able to find my path. When I informed Monsignor Januarius about Mother Teresa's ideas, he was also of the opinion that my place was in Brahma Vidya Mandir, and he gave me a comprehensive study program, which he had already mentioned at our first meeting at the beginning of the year. Full of joy, I returned to the ashram on 18th December and was cordially welcomed by the sisters. It was exactly 1 year since I had first arrived there. I had been away from Brahma Vidya Mandir for more than 6 months, and it had been quite a turbulent time. I was much relieved to be able to merge once more with the peace and quiet of the ashram, and to devote my life exclusively to spirituality. Requests to start a Christian contemplative ashram reached me several times in the following years. These were serious proposals. Some of them even came from Indian bishops. While I was well aware of the importance of such communities in the Indian Catholic Church, I felt very clearly that it was not God's intention for me to undertake such a task. With the experience of the desert, He had uprooted me from the traditional form of religious community life, and it would have been impossible for me to fit again into such a framework. Such could not be the will of God, I felt quite clearly. More importantly, how was I to lead young people to a form of life with which I was unable to identify? I knew that my way was a different one. Even if I did not see it before me, I had to keep myself prepared to walk it when the time was ripe. It was wrong, I felt, to anticipate God's decisions about my life by starting a community on my own, and thus creating a fait accompli. Chapter 19. In the World of Vedanta. In the beginning of January 1967, I began following the instructions of my bishop to study Indian philosophy. His intention was that with my studies I should build up a sound basis for dialogue between Christianity and Hinduism. There was, however, a far more significant reason for this study, which probably neither the bishop nor myself were aware of at that time. This was the development of my own spiritual life, which was entering an important new phase. My teacher was Swami Sevanand, bliss through service, one of 3 monks who were also living in the ashram community in accordance with Vinoba Bhave's wishes. He proposed that we begin with Shankaracharya's commentary on the Brahma Sutra, a collection of aphorisms based on the philosophy of the Upanishads about the nature of Brahman, the Supreme Being, about Atman, the individual self, about creation, and about the means to attain God realization and final liberation. This commentary is one of the main works of this great Indian philosopher, and it was the object of the daily philosophy lessons in the ashram, which I had been unable to attend because of my insufficient knowledge of the language. To begin with, Swami Sevanand explained the purpose of Vedanta, and by implication, the object of our study, the Brahma Sutra. Vedanta, a school of philosophy based on the teachings of the Upanishads, is concerned with the course of self-realization by which one understands the ultimate reality, Brahman. It considers that its task is to destroy humanity's innate illusion that everything we perceive with our senses constitutes reality. In countless variations and examples, the Upanishads seek to prove that all empirical knowledge is avidya, not knowing, ignorance. Similarly, all purely intellectual knowledge about the One, all that we can acquire by the study of the Holy Scriptures, is ignorance as well. What Vedanta wishes to convey to the seeker for truth is vidya, true knowledge. It wants to open the seeker's eyes to reality, to the experience of Brahman, the Supreme Being. So the Brahma Sutra begins with the phrase, "Now, therefore, the desire to know Brahman." The aphorisms of the Brahma Sutra cannot be understood without a commentary. They are texts of archaic conciseness, which are almost impossible to decode. Yet Shankaracharya's commentary, too, is anything but easily accessible and would be a closed book for most Western readers. With his explanations, my teacher allowed me access to these texts. From the first lesson, this was a wonderful experience. We spoke about the sutra's assertion of the sole and absolute existence of God, in comparison to which the material creation is non-existent. This thesis, that the material creation does not possess real existence, is the foundation of the Advaita philosophy. I was so fascinated by what I had heard that after the lesson I spent the whole evening in contemplation of God's existence, especially His immanence in the creation, of which I had never before been so conscious. In the course of the following weeks, I received abundant insights. My perspectives widened to embrace new horizons that I had never seen during my study of Christian theology. To my amazement, I realized that the teachings of even the greatest of our Christian theologians represent no more than a limited view of the divine truth. The barriers of the Christian, Occidental way of thinking about divine truth began to crumble as I entered into the teachings of the Advaita Vedanta. I had never imagined that the mysteries of God could be approached otherwise than through Christian theology. In the beginning, many questions arose, since I was unable to classify what I heard within the categories of Christian theology. When my questions were not sufficiently clarified during the lessons, we decided that I should begin by just listening and taking in, giving time for what I learned to sink in. This proved to be good advice, because in the course of time many questions were solved by themselves. From the very beginning, the Advaita philosophy fascinated me immensely because it expressed precisely what had been indelibly impressed on my consciousness by the experience of the desert. All is nothing. Only God exists. I was strongly attracted by the emphasis on personal experience of God rather than mere intellectual knowledge, a point that is constantly stressed in the Brahma Sutra. For me, my personal encounter with the Transcendent had swept away in a flash all discursive thinking about God and had given me a different sense of the Absolute. From that moment onward, I wanted nothing else but to submit wholly to the effect of this experience, which had transformed my entire being. Time and again, my teacher pointed out that the Vedas and the Upanishads are based on experience, and that there can be no real understanding of them if one lacks personal experience. He referred to Shankaracharya, who expresses this quite clearly in saying, Brahman cannot be known by the perception of the senses, because he should not be considered an object amongst other objects. nor can he be known by logical reasoning, because no logical reasoning leads to him. Brahman can only be known through anubhava, experience. I cannot say how many of the 555 sutras I studied with Swami Sevanand. He did not proceed systematically, but selected subjects of special importance. I shall, however, never forget the last sutra, which reads, "There is no return for the released souls, according to the scriptures." As a commentary on this sentence, Shankaracharya quotes a number of texts from various Upanishads, according to which anyone who has reached the ultimate goal by attaining true knowledge of God need no longer come back into creation after death, because they have transcended the cycle of transmigration. But it was not this promise of final liberation that moved me. Rather, it was a mental association triggered by the word return. Several times in the course of my life, my own experience had shown me that there is no return, no going back on the way to God. Having once set foot on this path, under the irresistible attraction of the Absolute, one can never turn back. Qualification for Brahma Vidya. Shankaracharya demands from the student of Brahma Vidya the fulfillment of a number of conditions. These conditions are a sine qua non for anyone who wishes to attain God realization. My teacher also spoke to me about these prerequisites, and I was deeply impressed by the high standards that Shankaracharya sets for all seekers of truth. At the beginning of my studies, however, I was unable to appreciate fully the significance of his words. It was only the study of Vedanta that opened my eyes and enabled me to realize the attitude needed in order to approach the science of God realization. Shankaracharya's first prerequisite is that students must have a sense of the difference between the absolute divine reality, Sat, and unreality, Asat, or at least must strive with all their might to gain this experience, especially by concentration, dharana, and meditation, dhyan. They should already have experienced transcendence in some way, already have been touched by the Absolute. The words, todo es nada, solo Dios basta, that had such an impact on my spiritual life, refer to this experience. This is the experience of the desert that any student of Brahma Vidya, God realization, should have had before he can begin to acquire direct knowledge of God. Shankaracharya does not mention the reasons for these conditions, but they are easily understood if one looks at the texts that speak about Brahma Vidya. These texts reflect experiences that can only be had on a spiritual level. Such experiences are inaccessible to the intellect because its capacity is limited to empirical perception and cognitive processing of what it perceives. These texts go beyond the limits of the mind's powers of comprehension. The intellect is always at risk of falling prey to the fatal illusion that it has acquired genuine knowledge of God when it has in fact merely acquired theological learning. Shankaracharya's second condition for the study of Brahma Vidya is the renunciation of the desire for any rewards for our actions. This applies both to earthly rewards in this life and to rewards in any future life. This requirement is based on the teachings of Vedanta, which points out that if we are reborn in order to be rewarded for our good deeds, then we are still caught in the cycle of birth and death, and so cannot attain true God realization. The student therefore must not have the expectation of any reward, acting exclusively for the sake of God realization. The third precondition is the practice of the 6 virtues, which are the ethical prerequisites for the study of Brahma Vidya. The student must possess inner balance and contentment, self-discipline and control of the senses. There must be patience in the face of hardship and difficulties, as well as a capacity for inner recollection and faith in God. The fourth precondition is a longing for salvation. Salvation means liberation from the cycle of birth and death, which requires that we overcome our existential ignorance, avidya, of the fact that our innermost being, our true self, is Atman, the soul. I cannot say whether there was ever a time when these preconditions were strictly applied in the selection of applicants. For a long time, the sacred texts were transmitted orally, and it was up to each teacher to accept or refuse a student. Nowadays, anyone can go to a library and study the books, but it would be wrong to call the results of such study jnana, knowledge. The real knowledge of God referred to in the Upanishads and the Brahma Sutra is something quite different. The Bhagavad Gita. Some time later, when I had already acquired some knowledge of Sanskrit, I began to study the Bhagavad Gita, the Song of the Exalted One. I had a German as well as various English translations at my disposal, but they often differed considerably from the original text, so I decided to make my own translation and a commentary on the 18 chapters. My study of the Bhagavad Gita familiarized me with the teachings of Hindu philosophy on karma, creation's law of cause and effect, and samsara, the phenomenon of transmigration. However, it would take me several more years and many conversations with Swami Sivanand and Sushila Agarwal to integrate these fundamental concepts into my thinking. The Western world mostly dismisses them as fanciful, even though the idea of reincarnation was once accepted in Christianity. The verses of the Bhagavad Gita that were recited every evening in the ashram temple describe the characteristics of one who has attained steadfast wisdom and whose consciousness is merged in the transcendent. Here Arjuna asks his teacher, "How does a man behave who has attained imperishable wisdom?" In answer, Krishna describes the behavior of a man who has reached the goal of his spiritual path and attained Brahmavidya. It had been Vinoba Bhave's intention that seekers of God in Brahmavidya Mandir should use the model that Krishna outlines in these verses, keeping it constantly before their eyes like a mirror. Krishna says that the person who has attained this wisdom has abandoned all the desires of his heart and found his satisfaction exclusively in God. Here it resounds again, this todo es nada, solo Dios basta, so similar to the words of Saint Teresa. Then Krishna continues, "A man of steadfast wisdom will not be perturbed by the adversities that life brings about. He does not look for earthly happiness, nor does he have any attachment to the world." This means that anyone who is united with God no longer grasps onto the objects of the senses, and also no longer has any desire for them, because he has beheld the ultimate reality. Later in life, I was to hear the same idea expressed as follows. If you try to take away from a beggar the copper coins that he has collected, he holds on to them with all his might. But if you offer him a piece of gold instead, he will open his fist and drop the coins without hesitation. Once anyone has been touched by the Absolute, all the beauty of the world, its wealth, honor, and power, are worthless compared with the precious spiritual wealth they have found. In his parables of the kingdom of heaven, Jesus makes the same point when he says, "Again, the kingdom of heaven is like unto treasure hid in a field, the which when a man hath found, he hideth, and for joy thereof goeth and selleth all that he hath, and buyeth that field. Again, the kingdom of heaven is like unto a merchant man, seeking goodly pearls, who, when he had found one pearl of great price, went and sold all that he had, and bought it." Krishna describes the behavior of a person who is still entirely attached to the world. His mind will be carried away by the senses, and he will hold on to whatever gives him sensual pleasure. It is from such attachments that vice originates, confusing the mind and finally dragging one down into ruin, all peace of mind is lost, and all power of discrimination is swept away on the breaking waves of sensual pleasures. For those who have attained wisdom, the very opposite is true. That which is night to all beings, in that the disciplined man wakes. That in which all beings are awake is night to the sage who sees. These are mystical words containing a truth that Vedanta expresses in many ways. He who is ignorant considers the world of the senses to be real, whilst the one whose inner eye has been opened to the transcendent recognizes that the creation is unreal. The verse points to the experience of the desert dweller, whose consciousness, touched by the Absolute, has crossed the threshold to the world beyond. One who has experienced that divine light knows that the light we see with our physical eyes is darkness. Krishna's words gave me a glimpse of the dimension I was to explore. Never before had I found such a compact but clear description of this experience. The Upanishads. My third study program was the Upanishads. A fellow sister, who had been a teacher of Sanskrit, introduced me to the world of these ancient mystical texts, which soon drew me under their spell. In the Upanishads, the great Indian rishis, or seers, set out their own experience of the transcendent, of the ultimate reality. They gave voice to their experiences beyond the boundaries of philosophical and theological learning. Again, an unknown territory opened up before me when we started reading these wonderful texts together. At first, they seemed strange and hardly accessible, but then I began to feel a familiar attraction because, as with the Bhagavad Gita, I had some limited personal experience that I could relate to the text. We had selected the Katha Upanishad because I wished to explore a central theme of Vedanta, the teachings about the Atman. This concept has a double meaning in the Upanishads. First, Atman is that spirit of God which permeates the whole creation and from which the creation has sprung. In this context, the concepts of Brahman and Atman, as used in the Upanishads, are synonymous. Atman is, however, also the essence of every human being. It is our innermost, eternal, imperishable self, the soul of our soul. It is that which is truly divine within each of us. The Katha Upanishad describes the nature of Atman in this twofold aspect, as the originless being that is both the origin of creation and the innermost self of all beings. We made our own translation of the texts from Sanskrit. Realizing that it is all but impossible to render their pithy words in another language, we decided to make a loose translation that resembled the archaic character of the original text, even if it was not strictly literal. The verses below are taken from this free translation. The knowing self, unborn, deathless, originless, without a second, eternal one, who ever is. Infinitely small, exceedingly great, living in the heart of every creature. Immobile, he moves far. Motionless, he goes everywhere. Without body himself, in bodies he dwells. Not given to decay, even if the body disintegrates. The Lord, the One, innermost self, Atman, of all that exists. The One who became visible in multiple forms. The Eternal One, in changeable things, in the change of time. The knower of the knowing ones. The One amid the many. One who recognizes this Atman in himself, this enlightened one, and only he, receives eternal bliss and everlasting peace, no one else. This Atman cannot be attained by study of the scriptures, nor by intellectual power, nor even by hearing learned discourses. By him it is attained, whom it chooses. To such a one, the Atman reveals its own nature. This chapter has given only a glimpse into the world of Vedanta, to which the study of the Brahma Sutra, the Upanishads, and the Bhagavad Gita introduced me. One of the most important insights that I gained by the study of the Holy Scriptures of India was something I had not envisaged. I became aware of the universality of the spiritual, mystical experiences of humanity. I realized that the Christian mystics and the unknown authors of the Upanishads were speaking about similar experiences. This realization was an important step on my spiritual path in India because it extended my horizon beyond the limits of the Christian understanding of divine experience. Not that this universality of mystic experience was in any way a new idea. Great theologians, philosophers, and scholars had reached the same conclusion long ago, but at that time I did not know their writings. I discovered them only later through my research for this book. Footnote: the German philosopher Arthur Schopenhauer and Paul Deussen, who translated the Brahma Sutra into German, have pointed out these parallels. They have also been mentioned by Rudolf Otto in his book Mysticism East and West, and by the former President of India, Sarvepalli Radhakrishnan, in his books on the Brahma Sutra and the Bhagavad Gita. End footnote. At first, my realization was limited to Christianity and Hinduism. Some years later, through the literature of the teachings of the Masters, I came into contact with the scriptures of other great Indian saints and Muslim mystics, above all Jalaluddin Rumi, 1207 to 1273, known in India as Maulana Rum, and Hafiz, 1326 to 1390. I gradually came to understand that God realization is universal in nature and beyond the distinctions and limits drawn by religions. It became clear to me that spiritual and mystic experiences at a higher level of consciousness do not differ, because there is only one divine truth and one reality. As I became more familiar with the texts of the Upanishads, I realized that while theological statements about the nature of God in the various religions may differ, and may even be contradictory, the actual experience of God will be the same for all, be they Christian, Hindu, Buddhist, Muslim, or Jewish. During the first stages of the spiritual path, seekers of God carry the imprint of their own religion. They may continue to follow this religion after the breakthrough of their consciousness into transcendence, or rather the entering of the Absolute into their life. But their experience of the metaphysical and the divine is independent of their particular religion. This is very impressively expressed by Daniel Ladinsky in one of his poems inspired by Hafiz. I have learned so much from God that I can no longer call myself a Christian, a Hindu, a Muslim, a Buddhist, a Jew. The truth has shared so much of itself with me that I can no longer call myself a man, a woman, an angel, or even pure soul. Love has befriended Hafiz so completely, it has turned to ash and freed me of every concept and image my mind has ever known. Chapter 20. Sachchidananda Community. On several occasions, I had turned down suggestions that I should found a Christian contemplative community for sisters in India, but over the years, something like an invisible community developed around me, which I began to call the Sachchidananda Community, a reference to the hermits of Sachchidananda. This was a circle of friends that constituted a second family for me, second to the ashram community of Brahma Vidya Mandir. This circle became an important factor in my development in India. It was, of course, hardly a community in the full sense, since most of its members hardly knew each other and they rarely met. With some of them, I only exchanged correspondence, while others came occasionally for days or even weeks to Ponar. Common to all its members was an interest in the dialogue between religions, in the integration of the age-old Indian philosophy into Christian theology, and in the adaptation of forms of worship of the culture of India to the Catholic Church service. The origins of the Sachchidananda Community go back to the beginning of my stay in India. Only a few months after my arrival, the first contacts and friendships were made. This happened in May 1966 at a seminar of Indian music in Mussoorie, a small hill station close to Dehradun. My friend Agnes Kunz had booked a place for me at the seminar. The participants came from many parts of the country. They were mostly Indian seminarians, Catholic theology students, young priests, mainly members of Catholic orders, and Indian Catholic sisters. When they heard that I was living as a Catholic nun in a Hindu ashram community, there was no end to their questions, but in general my reception in the group was quite friendly, and some of them showed great interest in my experiment, as they called it. I answered all their queries, and in the 2 weeks we spent together, we had some very good conversations. At the end of the course, many of the participants asked for my address and proposed to visit Brahma Vidya Mandir, or invited me to their own convents and monasteries for discourses and discussions. Since I only returned to the ashram at the end of 1966, the first group of my newly acquired friends did not come to Ponar until June of the following year. Our guests were students of theology, members of the Jesuit order at Pune. As my friends, they were cordially received by the ashram community. Moreover, this visit offered an opportunity to implement one of the most important principles of Vinoba Bhave, harmony between the different religions. The 3 students shared our life from morning till evening. As they had many questions to ask, we met one evening under the star-clad sky for a discussion. There was a wonderful atmosphere of peace and stillness, and we all sensed the presence of the Lord, who was the invisible center of our small group. They wanted to know what had led me to India, and I started to relate my story. At the end, it was clear to all of us that living with God can be a breathtaking adventure, an adventure of faith and love, if one gives way to Him. This was a subject that moved my friends very much. They had dedicated their lives to God, but at the same time they felt the complete insecurity of their existence. So many things had been stirred up in the preceding years in the Catholic Church that they found themselves facing an incalculable fate, an imponderable future. They felt insecure in their vocation and in their chosen way of life. When they heard how I had been living in search of an uncompromising response to the call of God, they felt encouraged to try a new approach themselves. We spoke about how the only way to rise above fear is through faith in God, full trust in Him and surrender to Him. This means giving oneself wholeheartedly to God. There is no other way to become master of our own lives. I was deeply touched to sense through their questions the existential fear of these young people. They had not yet learned from experience that unconditional trust in God and unquestioning surrender to Him are the most stable foundations for life. Nor did they know that surrender brings us face to face with God, albeit in a hidden way. My young friends also wanted to know what I considered to be the meaning and the purpose of my life in India. At that time, it had already become clear to me that I would not found a community of my own, but would remain in Brahma Vidya Mandir. It was here that I wanted to continue my life in search of God, convinced that He had placed me there. I told my friends that I was ready to serve the Church of India through my life here, and that only God knew what His plans for me were. In this discussion, it was important to me to make it perfectly clear that I had neither an ecclesiastical mission nor any concrete plans for the future. I had not chosen India, nor did I wish to choose any task for myself or to work out any plans just in order to prove to myself or to others that my presence in this country had some meaning. Ever since I experienced God's total claim to my life, there was nothing left for me to do apart from a wholehearted acceptance of His will. Another student asked what I was living on. He was asking me how my Christian religious life was nourished, since in Brahma Vidya Mandir, everything that makes up the life of a Catholic nun was absent: the daily Mass, community prayer, the Christian environment. I admitted that it was not the sacramental encounter with Christ that nourished my soul, for then I would have been living on starvation rations. My bread of life now was rather the experience of the divine light inside. My spiritual life consisted in letting my whole being be permeated by this light. I also mentioned the incessant Jesus prayer, the daily Bible reading, and attending the Sunday Mass at Radha. Finally, one of the young prospective shepherds of souls asked what message I had for them. Soon they would be sent out to preach God's word. Like many ministers of the Church, they were questioning their own understanding of their vocation. I definitely did not have any messages to give them, but I had an answer that had been formulated before on many occasions. In the present times, which are so action-oriented, we must emphasize the need for a spiritual life, a life of inwardness, and a living relationship with God. What we need today are men and women who speak about God on the basis of their own experience. Only words that originate from such an experience bear the power of conviction. A messenger of God should reflect his encounter with God. To illustrate this point, I told my friends the impressive story of Upakosala in the Chandogya Upanishad. There we are told that this young seeker of God had, together with his fellow students, served his guru Satyakama for 12 years, during which they all received instructions from him about the sacred wisdom. After 12 years, the other students were allowed to go home. Only Upakosala had to stay back, since he had not yet attained ultimate knowledge of Brahman. The young man was deeply grieved, became sick, and refused to take food. Finally, during the absence of his guru, the knowledge of Brahman was conferred upon him by Agni, the god of fire. When the guru eventually returned, he saw the transformation that had taken place in his student, and he told him, "Your face, my dear, is shining like that of a man who has attained the knowledge of Brahman." After the visit of that first group in June 1967, the Sachchidananda Community grew continuously. At the end of October 1967, 3 more theology students from Pune came to see us. They had obtained permission, by no means a matter of course, to come to Brahma Vidya Mandir for their preparatory retreat, prior to consecration into the priesthood. For 10 days they shared our life, and from the first moment they were like members of the ashram community. They worked with us in the garden and in the houses, took part in the philosophy lessons, and joined in the community prayers in the temple. Swami Sevanand, my philosophy teacher, was their mentor, and he devoted himself to this task with dedication. The stay of these 3 friends was an enrichment for the whole community. It tangibly intensified the atmosphere of joy, love, and peace amongst us, and the sisters were deeply impressed to see that so many young men were dedicating their lives to God. When they left, we all felt a very big gap. Another group consisting of equal numbers of theology students and young priests once participated in our Christmas celebration, which the ashram community observed every year since I came to live with them. The sisters had learned Christian Christmas songs, which they sang with devotion at the midnight celebration of Christ's birth. They had decorated a statue of Christ, which had been carved by a grateful guest. It depicted Jesus as a shepherd who, like Krishna, was playing on a flute. At his feet lay a lamb, and one of the sisters said to me, "This is me." Whether Christians or Hindus, the celebration of Christ's birth made us one big family, and we felt like children of the one divine Father, whom we worshipped by different names and in different ways. These visits carried on over the years. Quite often, Indian Catholic nuns would come too. Most of them were superiors and mistresses of novices who came to find inspiration to guide them in adapting the way of life in their convents to the Indian cultural context. Very soon, a cordial friendship connected us, and I was always generously received in their houses in Pune and Bangalore whenever I happened to visit those places. On such occasions, I was always asked to speak about our life in Brahma Vidya Mandir, or to give a discourse on prayer and meditation. Thus our relationship grew over the years, helped by the fact that we occasionally met at the various conferences and seminars that I attended, at the express wish of my bishop. Every once in a while, we at Brahma Vidya Mandir were even visited by religious sisters from Europe. They had come to India with the intention of founding a religious community, but some of them secretly entertained the hope of being able to live in our ashram. But I had to point out that this would not be possible without a vocation to the desert. Otherwise, they would soon miss the Christian surroundings they were used to, and their religious life would most probably suffer damage. The community life of the Sachchidananda Community was, of course, limited to just a few days here and there, whenever we happened to be together. Only once did it last longer, when a young Carmelite priest spent a whole month in the ashram, together with his Sanskrit teacher. The priest belonged to the diocese of my bishop, and the sisters christened him Prasanna Bhai, pleasing brother. Whenever he came to the ashram, we decided to lead a veritable Christian religious life together, celebrating the Eucharist every morning, reading the Bible, and working on a Sachchidananda liturgy. We spoke about many things concerning the renewal of the Church in India, which was of great concern to him. We also spoke about our way to God and about our duty to bear witness to Christ among the Hindus, which for him, being a priest, was quite important. It was not just theology students and young seminarians who came to Brahma Vidya Mandir, but also their professors and those who served as tutors to the novices. They had heard such enthusiastic accounts from their students that they wanted to see the ashram for themselves. In a way, they also belonged to the Sachchidananda Community, although in a different fashion. These experienced priests and monks very soon became true friends. I could talk to them about my problems with the doctrine of the Catholic Church and with the practical application of the sacraments. Like my bishop, they proved to be very understanding and supportive, especially when I had to spend some months at Bangalore in southern India on account of a health problem. Over the years, a very fruitful cooperation developed between me and these distinguished friends. Whenever my travels brought me to their cities, they always welcomed me into their monasteries and colleges as one of the family. During these visits, we often discussed the Indianizing of the Catholic Church in India. For various historical reasons, it is marked by decidedly European features, and this is one of the reasons why Hindus consider it to be a foreign element in their country. In particular, we spoke about how the liturgy might be adapted to more Indian forms of worship. Still more important was, of course, the reshaping of the actual texts of the liturgy, which are exclusively Catholic and Occidental in nature. We felt that the Catholic Church of India should outgrow its Mediterranean cradle and integrate into the cultural and spiritual life of India, a country that possesses such profound knowledge of God and has brought forth so many saints and mystics. Therefore, the idea of creating an authentic Indo-Christian theology on the basis of the Advaita philosophy occupied our minds very much. Meeting all these people and enjoying their friendship was of great importance to me. First, there was the human aspect of these encounters. These people accepted me and my unusual position, and they helped me find my own identity in India. Indeed, the importance of their help in this respect cannot be overestimated. The desert experience had extracted my roots from the traditional religious life, and by leaving my monastery, I had physically uprooted myself from the ground that had nourished me for so many years. These experiences caused a profound change in me, but since my friends had not known me before, their reactions to my person, my thinking, my words and deeds were related to Shraddha and not to Sister Praxedis, as I had been known in my monastery. My friends confronted me, so to speak, with the here and now of my life in India. This helped me to attain a new understanding of myself, to establish a new identity, and to regain solid ground under my feet. Beyond that, the members of the Sachchidananda Community performed an important role in assisting me in the process of inner development during those years. They were brothers, sisters, discussion partners, fellow travelers, advisors, and also from time to time helpers in times of need. Through my conversations with them and through the exchange of letters, many things became much clearer to me. By sharing with them my experiences and insights, and by speaking to them about my own way of searching for God, I gained a deeper understanding of all the steps I had already taken. Sometimes I became conscious of important matters only through the process of confiding in others. One example of this being the development of my thinking about the priority that one should give to one's own conscience. Also, by conveying to my friends the insights obtained by the study of Vedanta, Brahma Sutra, and the Bhagavad Gita, my horizons widened and new perspectives opened before me. With some of the members of the Sachchidananda Community, I was united in deep friendship. This was an experience that was new to me since the forming of friendships had not been permitted in our monastic community. The power of these relationships lay in the fact that we belonged not to each other, but to the Lord. This gave to these relationships a peculiar momentum. Through our friendships, our love of God deepened, and our happiness in belonging to Him was enhanced. This made us even more eager to search for Him and helped us to experience His presence in our midst. Sometimes we spoke about these things and were full of joy and gratitude that we had experienced such spiritual love. Monsignor Januarius's personality was such that I regarded him as very much a part of the Sachchidananda Community. He was an understanding, far-sighted, wise, and solicitous fellow traveler and a true friend, even though, on account of his position as a bishop, he stood outside the circle of friends. Outside the Sachchidananda Community, there were a number of prominent personalities in the Indian Church who occasionally visited Brahma Vidya Mandir in order to learn about our life. Vinoba Bhave and the whole ashram community appreciated this very much and explicitly approved of it. Even Cardinal Gracias of Mumbai once came to Punar and was received as befitted his rank. He was much impressed by the cheerful and happy faces he saw. Most of my friends were members of the Catholic Church of India, but I also had some very good friends amongst the Hindus. Some were well-known Indian personalities who considered my life as a Catholic nun in a Hindu ashram to be a matter of some importance. Vinoba Bhave himself always followed my life in his ashram with great interest and noticed with satisfaction how I became part of the community. He also followed with close attention my publications in various magazines, and when I was asked to give a lecture about Brahma Vidya Mandir at the Monastic Congress in Bangkok in 1968, he asked me for a copy of the text. Through the mediation of Major Ramachandra, with whom I had remained in contact, I made the acquaintance of one of the great spiritual leaders of modern India, Sri Kaka Sahib Kalilkar. He had been a disciple and friend of Mahatma Gandhi and had devoted his life to the promotion of understanding and harmony between the different religions in India. Sometimes we met at conferences and seminars organized to promote the dialogue between religions, and he was pleased to see that I was helping this important work with zeal and a sense of duty. Before my trip to Europe in the spring of 1971, he even took the trouble to make the long trip from Mumbai to Punar in order to speak with me about the familyhood of religions, and to suggest that I might deal with the subject in my lectures in Europe. Chapter 21. Life between Christ and Krishna. Living as a Catholic nun in a Hindu ashram meant that I was bound to be involved in the dialogue between religions. In Brahma Vidya Mandir, I found myself in a position that entailed much more than just the occasional talk with a member of another religion or an occasional attempt to muster some mutual understanding. As was said earlier, Vinoba Bhave, the disciple and great exponent of Mahatma Gandhi, had set out with the clear intention of making his ashram a meeting place of religions, where harmony between Hindus, Muslims, and Christians should be put into practice. Though historically India was known as a land of tolerance and of many beliefs, the reality was that more often than not relations among the various religions were anything but peaceful. In the 8th century, Muslims invaded India as conquerors, and even today Hindus and Muslims regularly confront each other in bitter clashes. In the case of the Catholic Church, from the beginning of the 16th century, when the Portuguese came to India, its relationship with Hindus has always labored under the burden of its fateful historical identification with colonialism. Footnote: Neophytes were given Portuguese names and European clothes. In keeping with Portuguese colonial custom, their status as employees brought with it certain privileges. The British colonial power, on the other hand, tried to prevent any religious propaganda that might hurt the feelings of the Hindus. The British held back from any direct patronage of the Christian religion, and this principle of religious non-interference and neutrality was observed right up to Indian independence on 15th August 1947. End footnote. In addition, India was and still is considered by Christianity as a target for missionary activity, even though for 1900 years there have been Christian communities in southern India who call themselves Thomas Christians. The foundation of their communities goes back to the Apostle Thomas, who is believed to have reached the Malabar coast in the year CE 52, at a time when there was frequent commercial traffic between Egypt and India. In the middle of the 4th century, Christian refugees from Syria or Mesopotamia came to the western coast of India, where flourishing Christian communities developed over the centuries. When I came to India in the autumn of 1965, the Catholic Church was showing signs of being ready for a dialogue. The Second Vatican Council had just come to an end, and during this council, the Catholic Church had, amongst other things, reflected about and redefined her relationship with other world religions. In a declaration about her relationship with the non-Christian religions, the Church turned away from her traditional attitude towards these religions and expressly mentioned the recognition of the experience of God in these religions and encouraged dialogue and cooperation with their followers. In addition, the Church declared that the cultural values of such religions should be recognized, preserved, and promoted. In the previous year, during the preparation for the Eucharistic Congress at Mumbai, Pope Paul VI addressed Hindu deputies. Anticipating the final resolution of the Council, he said, "Yours is a country with an ancient culture, the cradle of great religions, the homeland of a nation that searches for God in ceaseless longing, deep contemplation, silence, and fervent hymns of prayer. Seldom has the yearning for God been expressed in words so full of expectation as it was in your holy scriptures many centuries before Christ. From the unreal, lead me to the real. From darkness, lead me to light. From death, lead me to immortality." Such were the circumstances in which my life between Christ and Krishna in Brahma Vidya Mandir began. Apart from the fact that India was then, and still is, exposed to the missionary activities of the Christian churches, I knew nothing about the situation in India when I first arrived there. Monsignor Januarius, of course, was well aware of this situation. By his study of Vedantic philosophy, he had himself anticipated the declaration of the Council by some years and was fully attuned to the dialogue between religions. Naturally, the ashram community knew about these matters, at least in general terms, but we never mentioned them. we preferred to look for common ground and to emphasize the links connecting our religions. We felt united in the search for God. I sensed how God was leading these young people, and I encountered Him in their hearts. "I am in such a hurry to come to God," one of my fellow sisters once confessed. We wanted to walk together on this path of searching for God. Vinoba Bhave put special emphasis on the principle of samyukt sadhana, leading a spiritual life in community with others. In particular, we knew that we were one in our faith, that we were all children of one God, even if we called Him by different names. This common consciousness to be one in God in the essence of our being was the basis of our living together. Wherever we differed in the practice of our religion, we exercised mutual respect and regard. Thus, for instance, it had been understood from the beginning that I attended Sunday Mass in Varda and that I spent Easter with a Christian community. I was sometimes asked by the sisters why this was so important to me and why I could not celebrate Easter with the ashram community, but without anyone ever suggesting that I should revise my decision. Occasionally, the sisters did express their hope that one day I would realize that I no longer needed to take part in outer worship. But although my spiritual life was no longer nourished from this source, the contact with my fellow believers was still important to me, and my bishop would definitely never have permitted me to stay away from Sunday Mass as a general principle. The ashram community did not conduct puja, a ceremonial offering, or worship any deity, as is customary both in temples and in private homes in India. Vinoba Bhave considered that these things were obsolete. Often he repeated his conviction that the time of religions had passed and only spirituality would endure. The religion of the future is spirituality, as he used to say. Even though at the time I felt this statement to be quite extreme and could not agree to it, it made me think. From my own experience years ago in my monastery in Germany, I knew of a deeper level of consciousness. I knew also that rites and ceremonies may have their limitations in leading one towards the experience of God, but it is surely the case that not all people are called upon to walk the path of spirituality and mysticism, and for them, the exterior forms of worship can be a help in lifting up their hearts to God. On the other hand, Jesus does point out that the true worshippers shall worship the Father in spirit and in truth, and St. Paul reminds the Christian community of Corinth that they are the temple of God and that the divine resides in them. Footnote: Know ye not that ye are the temple of God, and that the Spirit of God dwelleth in you? 1 Corinthians 3:16. End footnote. Over the years, my study of the Advaita philosophy and Vedanta familiarized me with the spiritual world inhabited by my fellow sisters in Brahma Vidya Mandir. I became convinced that the eternal wisdom had built itself a house in India, and that, by means of its holy scriptures, it had put a precious diamond into the soil of this country. I came to realize that the Vedantic scriptures do not represent purely natural knowledge of God, in the somewhat patronizing way that Christian theologians concede when considering the non-Christian children of our Heavenly Father. Rather, they are the authentic experiences of great mystics and saints to whom God revealed Himself as the one, eternal, and only being, from whom every creature has received its existence. Meeting God in another religion was for me a truly great discovery. Vinoba Bhave had, after years of study of the Old and New Testaments, published a selection of the Gospels and the Epistles of the Apostles, a compilation betraying great love and deep sensitivity. The titles of the different chapters are in Sanskrit and thus point to the inner relationship between the Gospels and the Holy Scriptures of India. This Hindu disciple of Jesus was always deeply moved when Jesus' name or texts from the Gospels were quoted. The sisters in the ashram suggested reading these selections from the Bible together. We met every day and exchanged views about what we had read. Occasionally we happened on passages that my Hindu sisters found quite inaccessible. The doctrine of the resurrection of the dead on the Day of Judgment was particularly incomprehensible to them. Their reaction to my explanation made me realize that on this point Christian teachings stand in complete opposition to the Hindu faith. Bodily resurrection from the dead, as taught by the Church, has no attraction for Hindus. To them, death means liberation from the physical body, so that having to return into a physical body after death is a form of imprisonment. When I reflected about these matters, I wondered whether the teachings of the Church about death and resurrection from the dead were perhaps too simplified and needed to be reinterpreted. Testimony to Christ. Whether the members of the ashram community gained anything towards their spiritual growth by having a Christian nun in their midst, I cannot say. They respected what they saw as my undivided and steadfast search for God. I shared their life, which was dedicated to Brahmavidya. To what extent I thereby gave testimony of my faith in Christ was a question that was sometimes asked by Christians, especially by priests and members of religious orders in India. Mahatma Gandhi encouraged Christians in his country to give this testimony, saying, "Let your life speak to us." Most of all, it was no doubt my faith in Christ and my love for him that gave this testimony. At least that was what one of the sisters in the ashram must have felt, because she told me, "I believe in Christ because you believe in him, and because I see what he means to you and how you have dedicated your whole life to him." In practice, to bear witness to Christ must surely mean putting into practice in our daily life his exhortation to his disciples. Love one another as I have loved you. These were the words that Vinoba Bhave gave as a guiding principle to the founding members of the ashram. It was a commandment that united us in the spirit of Christ. But alas, I often realized that by my sometimes arrogant attitude and impatience with my fellow sisters, I offended against this command. This alarmed me very much, and once I wrote many pages in my diary about love in everyday life. They were all beautiful texts from the Gospels and the epistles of the apostles. Jesus makes it quite clear how he wants his command to be understood. "And if any man will sue thee at the law, and take away thy coat, let him have thy cloak also. And whosoever shall compel thee to go a mile, go with him twain." This was precisely what I was not always willing to do, and I persuaded myself that there were good reasons for my unwillingness. There was my constantly growing correspondence, the articles I had to write, the speeches I had to prepare, and the time I spent studying Vedanta and Sanskrit. Because of all these activities, I often failed to find time to render any additional service to the community. In this way, I not only lost precious opportunities to give testimony of the love of Christ, but, more importantly, I failed to set the good example that one could expect from a Christian. Moreover, the harmony between religions that we wanted to realize in the ashram did not always work without tensions. Sometimes situations arose that cast a shadow over us. Early in 1969, when a group of young theologians with their mentor visited the ashram, a number of sisters said that they would like to participate in our worship. Some of them were not unfamiliar with the liturgy of the Catholic Church, since they had been educated in Christian schools. But the majority of the sisters did not know anything about our service. I tried to dissuade our guests from letting the sisters participate in the Mass without any preparation, and suggested instead a para-liturgy with readings from the Bible and prayers. But my friends were full of enthusiasm and eagerness and invited everybody who wanted to join our worship. The sisters sat with us around the celebrant, who spoke the texts of the liturgy in English. When he came to the consecration of the bread and wine, the sisters took offense at the words, "Take, eat, this is my body. Drink ye all of it, for this is my blood." To Christians, these words are quite familiar, and they believe in the symbolism involved. but to the sisters it was a shock to hear the words, "flesh and blood of Christ." Some of them could not calm down for a long time, although I tried to explain the symbolic character of the liturgical act. Although they quite understood the idea of distributing and consuming blessed food during worship, because this is common practice in Hindu temples, the words used were very offensive to them. This experience shook my feeling of oneness with my Hindu fellow sisters. To my deep regret, I was compelled to realize that even if we were united in our search for God, we were separated by religion, by the outer forms of worship. This realization perturbed me. Should the differences between our religions be a hindrance to our being one in God? We wanted to live in harmony, but now religious differences were coming between us. This event made me realize that the plurality of religions in the world has, for more than 1,000 years, given rise to hatred and enmity between human beings and led to cruel wars amongst them. In most cases, political interests were involved, and the representatives of the various religions were struggling for power. They were killing each other in the name of God. But what has God to do with it? What was the meaning of the plurality of religions from the Lord's point of view? I wondered what message there was for us in all this, but I was unable to find an answer. After the episode mentioned above, I always celebrated Mass with my Christian visitors behind closed doors. The ashram sisters no longer asked me to celebrate Easter with them, and during the years that followed, I always spent the Holy Week with some Christian brothers or sisters who had invited me to celebrate with them the mystery of Christ's death and resurrection. All this created in me a feeling of isolation from the ashram community, which put a great strain on me. After some time, I asked Vinoba Bhave for a talk, but it was not very satisfactory, and his reply to a letter of mine, which had been read by some of the other sisters, did little to clarify the matter. Maybe the problem was just too intricate and complicated to be solved. Most probably, a solution could only be found on a higher level, on the level of spirituality. The religion of the future. There was yet another matter that was coming to occupy my thoughts more and more during those years. As mentioned before, no puja with rites and ceremonies was celebrated in the ashram, but every now and then I had the opportunity to attend a Hindu ceremony in a temple or private home. Oil lamps were lit, rites of purification and ceremonies were practiced, little bells were rung or gongs struck, hymns were sung, prayers spoken, and food was offered to the deity and distributed to the participants as prasad, blessed food. All this was familiar to me from my own Christian practice. When I found in Hinduism the same basic forms of outer worship as are found in Christianity, I realized that there is a general inclination, shared by all humanity, to worship God with outer signs. In Christianity, as in other religions before it, it is evident that these rites and ceremonies had evolved over time and were therefore of human origin. Yet for us Catholics, these rites and ceremonies are sacred performances that have to be accurately observed by the priest who conducts them, because they are part of the established ritual and considered to be the channel through which, according to the teachings of the Church, the grace of God and the salvation of the soul flows to the believer. When I found similar rites with similar claims in other religions, this raised a number of questions that I never had to face before. I had to ask myself whether other aspects of the Christian religion, with the exception of Christ's message, might also have been fashioned by the hands of human beings. I had to look at the whole theological structure, the dogmas of the Church, the hierarchy in church legislation, and ask myself whether or not all this was of divine origin and truly a means of salvation. Apart from customary theological argumentation, I had no answer to these questions. I grew up with the claim that Christianity is superior to the other world religions, which, with the exception of Islam, are much older than Christianity. I was also familiar with the missionary zeal of Christianity. This claim had now lost much of its absoluteness for me, but I found that in Hinduism there is also a certain sense of superiority over other religions. I began to wonder, in spite of the prejudices I had been brought up with, whether the various religions might not all have an equal right to claim to lead people to God and to offer a path to salvation. Or perhaps none of them could really do this. All religions refer to the revelation of the mysteries of God by their great prophets and teachers. Do they all possess the truth? Or have the other world religions received only a ray of light, as many people in the Christian church believed? Or have the followers of all religions, including the Christian one, perhaps largely lost sight of a dimension from which the great teachers came? This dimension is the mystic experience of God, the realization of God by direct perception of the divine mysteries and the divine being. According to the testimony of Christ, eternal life consists of this God realization. And this is life eternal, that they might know thee, the only true God, and Jesus Christ, whom thou hast sent. The great mystics of all the world religions have penetrated into that dimension, and the descriptions of their experiences are so much alike that they can to a large extent be interchanged. For example, Guru Ram Das, 1534 to 1581, one of the great mystic teachers of India, says, "My mind is restless because I do not behold God. Like a man dying of thirst is restless without water. My mind was pierced by the arrow of thy name, and no one dwells in my heart but the Lord." These exact words could easily have been spoken by one of the renowned Christian mystics. At any rate, the well-known German Jesuit Karl Rahner, 1904 to 1984, considers that Christianity's only chance of survival is to advance into the spiritual, mystical dimension of religion. His often quoted statement, "The pious one of the future will be a mystic, one who has experienced something, or nothing at all," points in the same direction as does Vinoba Bhave, who sees no future for religion without spirituality. All these questions were by no means just academic. To acknowledge them and to voice them in speeches and publications was not without risk, but I was no longer able to push them aside. Instead, I subjected them to a critical analysis. However, although these questions were relevant to my faith in the Church, they did not affect my spiritual life as such, which was nourished from another source that God had opened inside me. They were of secondary importance because they did not affect my experience of God's existence, which was indelibly imprinted upon my mind and soul. That I was not alone with my doubts was something I realized repeatedly during conversations with fellow Christians. Many a missionary, many a priest or theology student were troubled by similar questions. For them, they were questions of existential significance, and they were bound to face them because they concerned their self-image as servants of the Church. All tried to find a way through these difficulties, taking into consideration not only their faith, but also their conscience. Chapter 22. Christ in Indian Garb. When I came to India in the autumn of 1965, a unique atmosphere of awakening reigned in the country's Catholic Church. Nearly 20 years earlier, India had attained her independence after 500 years of foreign rule under the Mughal emperors and the British Empire. For the first time in its history, it was a united country with a government of its own choice, and it had become the world's largest democracy. The Indian nation, at least the educated classes, had awakened to a completely new self-assurance that expressed itself in many different forms. The Catholic Church in India was now much concerned with finding a new identity. Christianity had already taken root in southern India in the middle of the first Christian century, where it had developed organically and had adapted itself completely to the local culture, so that it was now indigenous to that part of India. In central and northern India, however, the Christian religion was still mostly something foreign, for it had developed under colonial rule, enjoying at first the protection and then later the tolerance of the respective European powers. For hundreds of years, the care of souls in these Christian communities had been almost exclusively in the hands of foreign missionaries, who equated Christianity with Western culture and a Western way of thinking. Those who converted to the Christian faith became foreigners in their own land, a situation that had hardly changed over many generations. To finally free itself from this odious situation, the Catholic Church in India was now beginning to recall the cultural values and the spiritual tradition of the country. There was an increasingly urgent emphasis on the need to adapt the ecclesiastical and religious life of the Catholic Church to Indian culture, and on the need for an Indo-Christian theology based on Vedantic philosophy. The demand for a cultural adaptation also had a missionary aspect, which Vinoba Bhave had expressed as follows: "It is not that Christ would be unacceptable to Hindus, but the Church has failed to present him in an Indian garb." Such an adaptation could not, of course, undo the fatal mistakes of the past. Even so, it was hoped that it would provide a fresh impetus, not only to the Christian churches in India, but also to the understanding of Christianity on the part of the Hindu population. This was the state of affairs when I entered my promised land, and, without any preliminary stages or special preparations, I began putting into practice what, for the Catholic Church of India, was still just a vision of the future. I lived side by side with my Hindu sisters. I dressed like them, bore an Indian name, studied their holy scriptures, and so I became one of them, as they repeatedly assured me. Consequently, my church soon considered me a pioneer in matters of cultural adaptation, and my life in Brahma Vidya Mandir was seen from this perspective. Yet I did not live in the ashram community with that purpose in mind. In particular, I was only too aware of the complexity of such a process. Without exception, my visitors came from big cities, where a Western way of life had already become the norm. They might perhaps consider life in the ashram quite romantic, but that was simply not the case. Our way of life was similar to that of the simple folk in the Indian villages. Our only luxury in the ashram was electricity, but we had no fans to cool us in the very hot weather, and the windows of our low buildings did not even have glass. The rooms had no ceilings, just wooden beams under the roof, on which all kinds of creatures crawled about and from which termites fell down on us. Some of my Indian visitors, nuns in leading positions in their respective orders, confessed that they felt guilty because, unlike me, they had never lived in such conditions. They returned to their houses full of new ideas, and my fellow sisters in Brahma Vidya Mandir were glad to see the impression that our way of life made on these people. Sachchidananda Liturgy. One way in which the Catholic Church in India tried to give Christ an Indian garb was in the matter of the liturgy. With the sanction of the ecclesiastical authorities, some seminaries and religious communities had begun to compose new texts for the celebration of the Eucharist. These texts adopted concepts and words from Vedanta. My friends belonged to this group, and during their visits to Brahma Vidya Mandir, I worked with them. After some time, I felt the urge to compose texts of my own that would reflect both the Christian experience of God and that of the Indian rishis, or seers, laid down in the Upanishads. I called these texts the Sachchidananda Liturgy. Sat, Chit, Ananda, meaning truth, consciousness, and bliss, offers a kind of conceptual approach to naming the unknowable absolute that is the highest being. These were concentrated texts, expressing core ideas only, which most people probably could not adopt for their liturgy. They had been composed not for everyday use, but for small groups who wished to meditate upon the mysteries of God in this particular way. In the course of time, I created texts for the whole Mass, which we used on certain occasions. A small selection of them may give the reader an idea of how I tried to synthesize the Christian and Vedantic experiences of God. In the introductory text, I gave expression especially of my experience of the desert, which had molded my spiritual life in such a decisive way. The spirit of the Katha Upanishad resounds in these lines. Eternal truth, ultimate reality, pure spirit, formless, invisible one, nameless, unthinkable, unborn and immortal one, without beginning and without end, for whom our hearts crave. Immeasurable void, boundless desert, unfathomable abyss, inexhaustible mystery, unsearchable silence, timeless eternity, may I lose myself in you. Eternal wisdom, all-knowing one, all-pervading, encompassing all, innermost soul of every being, source of life, cause of all that was created, may I abide in you. Footnote. The term void refers to God. During a journey through India, I once came to Bodh Gaya, the holy place where Gautama Buddha received enlightenment. There I met a Buddhist monk, and in the course of our conversation, he asked me whether I had ever had the experience of the void beyond the void. I was not familiar with this Buddhist expression, but I believe that I understood the question. Perhaps this void beyond the void is identical with the desert which I had experienced. End footnote. Another aspect of these texts was the cosmic liturgy that encompasses not only human earthly existence, but the entire creation, and that reveals the central position of the divine word that became human in Jesus Christ. It was important to me to point out this dimension as well, and equally to show the immanence of God in creation, which had impressed me so deeply at the beginning of my studies of the Brahma Sutra. Supreme God, beyond all comprehension, your uncreated word resounds in 1,000 words in time and space. This universe reflects in countless forms the unfathomable richness of your being. You have expressed yourself in matter and in form, in the elements and in the laws of nature. They all obey you and sing your praise. The forces and the mysteries of life, the powers of the elements released, the tiny atom and the immeasurable worlds, the beauty and the splendor of the universe, they all reveal your glory in this fleeting time. We offer you this cosmic praise in our changing, transitory world. I had spent many months creating these texts, integrating them with my own experiences and insights so that I was able to identify with them. They constitute a theology in the form of a prayer that addresses not just the intellect, but above all, the heart. I used these texts to get closer to the mysteries of God, if not by experience, then at least by the yearning of my heart. It was very important to me to keep my faith alive in this way. My bishop took great interest in the Sachchidananda liturgy, and he showed it to the Liturgical Commission of the Indian Conference of Bishops. On account of this, I was asked to formulate a commentary for a meeting of this commission, and to present my ideas to it in some detail. My publications came to the attention of the Preparatory Commission of the All India Seminar, and I was invited to work with them. Renewal of the liturgy. This cooperation resulted in an invitation to participate on a large scale in the seminar of the Catholic Church in India that took place in autumn of 1969 in Bangalore. The task of this seminar, with its 630 delegates and observers from India and abroad, was to study in 16 different workshops the renewal of the Catholic Church in India. I was assigned to the workshop dealing with the renewal of the liturgy. The team concentrated mainly on the Indianization of the rites of the Mass, meaning the adaptation of the outer forms of devotion in order to give them a more indigenous character. This was not unimportant, but it was nevertheless superficial compared to some other matters under discussion. To me, the inner renewal of the liturgy seemed much more important, and I tried time and again to point this out. But the team was so much occupied with other issues that it constantly lost sight of this theme. There was little hope, therefore, that we would be able to agree upon the content of a submission on this issue that could be included in the documentation of the seminar. Therefore, the board of the seminar suggested that I should submit to the plenary a private resolution that read, "The great concern of every reform of the liturgy is a pastoral one. The sacred celebration should be renewed in its rites, ceremonies, and texts in such a way that their meaning can be understood by the faithful. The liturgical action should be performed in such a manner that the participants can identify with it. Great importance should be given to ensuring that the community gathered round the altar will, by participating in the holy event, come to know the mystery of salvation, whose remembrance is celebrated, so that they may attain through it the grace of redemption." In my opinion, meaningful and inspiring texts were needed to achieve this, texts that would invoke in the participants an atmosphere of prayer and strengthen their faith in God and their love for Him. What lies beyond that, to be seized by the mysteries of God in the depth of the heart and to be thrown into the experience of God, is entirely in His hands. But the liturgical celebration could at least prepare the ground, and the longing to meet God might thus be awakened. My circle of friends and others certainly had this experience time and again when using the texts of the Sachchidananda liturgy. We felt nearer to Christ and the divine mysteries when, with deep recollection and a loving heart, we allowed the texts to sink in. In those days, Catholic and Protestant churches in India had to a certain extent adopted Mahatma Gandhi's suggestion to show Christ to his people in an Indian garb. I had played my own part in this by living as a Catholic nun in a Hindu ashram. Mahatma Gandhi's words had a symbolic significance. At that time, I could hardly have imagined that later, on the path of the Masters, they would become literally true for me. Chapter 23. Monastic Perspectives. Another aspect of the assimilation of Indian culture by the Catholic Church was the reorientation of monastic life and spirituality. This also concerned the Church in some other Asian countries with ancient monastic traditions, where Western Christian monasticism was trying to gain a foothold. Once again, it was my life as a Benedictine nun in a Hindu spiritual community that led to my being invited to the Congress of the Superiors of Monastic Orders in Asia that took place in Bangkok in December 1968. The organizers asked me to give a lecture about my experiences in Brahmavidya Mandir and to point out the relevance they might have for Christian monasticism in the countries of the Far East. The ashram community had not reacted very favorably to this invitation, and some of the sisters had even tried to convince me that it was not necessary for us to participate in meetings and conferences. Following the example of Vinoba Bhave, so they said, the practice in Brahmavidya Mandir was one of sukshma karma, spiritual action, and their conviction was that through our spiritual life, subtle waves of energy radiated into the world. This was something I could only agree with, since in our contemplative monasteries we follow the same principle. Footnote: Père Etienne de Saint-Marie, a French Carmelite, writes, for instance, in his book Conversation avec Dieu, A soul that belongs to God without any reservation radiates Him, as it were, by herself. The radiation of our soul reaches far beyond our sphere of consciousness. Wherever a God-loving person lives, a hearth of divine warmth is created. One holy thought, even if it remains hidden, radiates like a bright shining light into unknown distances. End footnote. But they left it to me to decide whether or not to participate, and I felt that I should accept the invitation. Father Francis Acharya from the Kurishumala ashram, whom I had visited in December 1966 and who had also visited Bonar in the meantime, had urged me to take part in this meeting. Before my departure, I had shown Vinoba Bhave the text of my lecture, Brahmavidya Mandir, Monastic Experiment, Symbol of Harmony Between the Religions, Challenge to Christian Monasticism. He approved of it even though I had presented some points from a Christian perspective, for instance that the non-Christian religions will find their fulfillment in Christ. Nevertheless, he let it pass as my personal point of view. Moreover, he knew that I was far from trying to influence in any way my Hindu fellow travelers to God in Brahmavidya Mandir. The preparation for the journey to Bangkok was one big obstacle race, which ended at Kolkata airport when I was denied permission to leave the country because I could not present the voucher for having paid my income tax. When this problem was solved the next day, I learned at the passport control that I would have to obtain a new entry visa in Bangkok if I intended to return to India. At that moment, I was on the point of giving up the whole thing. I could not bear to think about what would happen if I could not obtain a visa. This worry, however, proved unfounded, because the Indian embassy in Bangkok granted me an entry permit to India without any problems. As I arrived at the Congress Center late at night, there was some surprise the next morning about the newcomer in an ochre-colored sari. Footnote. According to the Indian tradition, an ochre-colored garment is an outward sign of sannyasi, renouncing the world, which is the last stage in the life of a Brahmin. The other stages are brahmacharya, celibate, grihastha, householder, and vanaprastha, inhabitant of forests. Sannyasis very often live as wandering monks and beg for their daily food. Sannyasinis, women who have renounced the world, mostly live in ashrams. In Brahmavidya Mandir, the sisters wore white garments. Whenever I needed to identify myself outside the ashram as a nun, I dressed in an ochre-colored sari. End footnote. There were questions without end, some of them well-meaning and interested, others critically investigating. On the whole, the illustrious assembly received me cordially and respectfully. I had come to Bangkok with mixed feelings, because there I would meet monks and nuns whose ideals of monastic life I no longer shared. Up to now, I had been considered a deviant who had chosen a rather adventurous way to realize her self-designed ideals. The invitation to the monastic congress had, in a way, rehabilitated me, especially in the eyes of my fellow sisters at Kellenreid. Now I was suddenly considered a pioneer and asked to present new perspectives for monastic life in Asia. But I did not feel like a pioneer. This was the interpretation of others. Nor did I feel any satisfaction about the unexpected change in attitudes towards me. God had led me on this way, and His reasons were still as unknown to me as ever. I had always refused to offer any justification for being in India because it would have hindered me in the realization of God's inscrutable plans for my life. I was ready to fulfill certain tasks assigned to me, but all this, in my view, did not legitimize my presence in India. Living in India was part of my adventure of faith. No rational explanation could be given for it, and I never tried to offer one. During the Congress, I was able to speak to many of the participants, but not to my fellow brethren from India, who a number of years ago had founded Asirvanam near Bangalore. Nor was I contacted by the Mother Abbess from Ryde, England, who was preparing to found a community in India. Years later, I visited the new convent, but I could not imagine living there, nor would my fellow sisters from Brahmavidya Mandir have felt at home there. One member of the organizing committee was Father Paulus, who had once successfully diverted my attention away from India. Now it was his task to organize my participation in the Congress. I only thought, tempora mutantur, times are changing, and greeted him with great happiness. On the list of experts, I had discovered amongst others the name of the Trappist monk Thomas Merton, author of the book The Seven-Story Mountain, whom I was very much looking forward to meeting. Alas, it was not to be. A few hours after his moving discourse, Marxism and Monastic Perspectives, he was struck down by an electric shock in his room. We were all deeply shocked by his death, but realized that this fervent seeker of God had now found what he had long been seeking. His pilgrimage on earth was over. Only a few days before his sudden demise, he had written about his experiences in the Far East, where he had spent some time just before the Congress. His words almost sounded like an anticipation of what was soon to come. I believe that I know, and I have seen what I was unconsciously looking for. I do not know what is yet to come, but I have pierced through the surface and looked behind the shadows of disguise. He had touched the Absolute, or rather the Absolute had touched him, and he emerged from this experience another being. Thomas Merton was described in an obituary as a monk between yesterday and tomorrow, and I felt deeply connected to him. His books point towards new horizons of Christian life, and to many they are an appeal for a new beginning. My discourse had been scheduled for the last day. It was the first time that I had to speak about Brahmavidya Mandir to such a large and eminent audience. While delivering the lecture, I became aware of how much I already identified with the ashram community. I spoke about the life and the principles that we followed, not as a detached observer, but as a member of a community of seekers of God. First, I gave an account of the history of our ashram and pointed out that in founding Brahmavidya Mandir, Vinoba Bhave had initiated a new form of spiritual community life for women in India. Design of a new way of monastic life. It may have surprised my audience to hear that we had neither a Mother Superior nor a regular statute for the order, whereas in Benedictine monasteries the abbot and rule are the pillars. I explained that in our ashram, authority rests with the community. The pillars are the sense of responsibility of each individual member of the community and the unanimity of all decisions about community life. It was Vinoba Bhave's intention that this would help the sisters to grow together into oneness and become one heart and one soul. Without this spirit of oneness, a community life in the ashram would have been impossible. The unifying power should be love. I was able to testify wholeheartedly that there was indeed a spirit of love and mutual acceptance at the heart of our community. Then I presented to the Assembly of Monastic Superiors the ashram rules, described the daily program, explained our community prayer, and spoke about Advaita philosophy and the Bhagavad Gita, which are the basis of the spiritual life of the community. In particular, I spoke about the preconditions for the attainment of Brahmavidya. The goal of Brahmavidya is to meet God, which Shankaracharya emphasizes in his commentary on the Brahma Sutra. This is also the goal of monastic life. In the second part of my lecture, I began by describing Brahmavidya Mandir as a symbol of harmony between religions that had become a place where Christians and Hindus could meet. I pointed to one of the most important conditions for a dialogue between religions, to meet God in the heart of the other person. I confessed that every time I found God's countenance in another religion, it was an overwhelming experience. I also explained how much I had gained through my encounter with another religion, and how profound an impression Indian philosophy and spirituality had made on me. At the end of the second part, I touched upon the subject of the fulfillment of the non-Christian religions in Christ. This was no doubt of great interest for the participants at the Congress because it concerned their own role as founders of monastic communities in Asia. I expressed my conviction that the universal Christ is present in all the religions of the world in a concealed form, and that the divine word, or logos, is also manifest in the holy scriptures of these religions. Footnote: the term logos was a key concept in the philosophical school of the Stoa in Athens, founded by Zeno of Citium in about 300 BCE. According to the Stoa, Logos is the cosmic order, willed and installed by God. Through the writings of Philo of Alexandria, a famous religious philosopher and contemporary of Jesus, the authors of the Gospels may have been familiar with the concept of Logos. In the prologue of the Gospel of St. John, this term is used in a far more comprehensive sense as the Word of God, that always was with God, and that at a certain moment in history became man in Jesus Christ in order to preach the message from the Father in heaven. The doctrine of Logos can also be traced back to the Jewish idea of wisdom, Chokmah, in the time after their Babylonian exile in 538 BCE. It is also called Sophia. For all eternity, this wisdom has been with God as his co-creator. I was beside the master craftsman, delighting him day after day, ever at play in his presence. Proverbs 8:30. This wisdom is present in a hidden form in the entire creation, and thus rules the universe. At the same time, it is also a manifestation of God, a breath of the power of God, and a pure emanation of the glory of the Almighty. Jerusalem Bible, Wisdom, 7:25. End footnote. I considered it our task as Christians and monks to live the religions of Asia in a Christian way, in order to fulfill them in Christ. We would then experience his presence there. I added that it was even more important to love Christ with all our heart and with all our strength, and to give testimony to him through our lives. In my opinion, I said, this is the only legitimate way to preach Christ among those who did not share our faith. For me, this was no mere academic subject that I was talking about. I was trying to live in Brahma Vidya Mandir according to these insights, and that is why I was able to speak with conviction. In the third part of the lecture, I spoke about the consequences for Christian monasticism in Asia that would result from the points mentioned above. After having lived now for 3 years among Hindu seekers, I had come to believe that the spirituality of Vedanta and the Bhagavad Gita is a challenge for Christian monasticism in India and in Asia as a whole. The church in these countries had presented almost exclusively her active side as a provider of education and charitable work, but she had sadly neglected her other essential aspect, a profound spirituality and the mystic experience of God. Hindus and Buddhists would ask not what we know about God, but rather whether we have experienced him. This was the great challenge for those of us who have made the search for God our life's task. At the end of my discourse, I also spoke about the adaptation of the form of life in our Christian monasteries to Asian traditions. I pointed out that not only our way of living, but also the spiritual aspects of our monasticism bore the stamp of Western civilization. The rule of Saint Benedict reflected a purely Roman spirit. I expressed my fear that, without major changes, Christian monasticism would remain alien in Asia. I considered it indispensable that Christian monks and nuns should not only adapt to the way of life in the Asian countries, but should also be introduced to the basics of the ascetic mystic teachings of the Asian religions. New ways had to be found, which would be nothing less than a new creation in the spirit of Christ, of the ideals of the early monasticism and the great spiritual heritage of the religions of Asia. Although I had spoken quite frankly, my words were very well received. Many of the participants offered their congratulations, and the Bishop of Bangalore, in whose diocese one Benedictine monastery already existed and a convent was under construction, told me after the lecture, "This is exactly what the Church in India needs today." Father Paulus of Boiron asked me for a translation of my lecture for the monastic magazine in Germany, and Father Enomia Lassalle, a well-known German Jesuit and Zen master who had also lectured at the conference, expressed his agreement with what I had said with the words, "I congratulate you. You have spoken the truth." Actually, I had merely shared with my fellow brothers and sisters in the Order of St. Benedict what had become part of my life in India, where the adventure of faith had led me. For this reason, I did not feel like an advisor, but more like a witness of our life in Brahma Vidya Mandir. Some people might have expected that I would now want to gather a group of women around me in order to realize the ideals that I had presented to the audience, but I did not feel the wish to do that. I had been asked to offer perspectives for Christian monastic life in Asia, but I had no desire to take it any further. In any case, only 3 years had passed since my arrival in India, and I was still a beginner. Before returning to Punar, I was able to visit Mother Teresa again and tell her about all that had happened since our first meeting. She seemed very pleased and satisfied with the course that my life had taken. The subject of a prayer branch of her community was not mentioned again. 1 week before Christmas, I was back in the ashram. A few days later, our friends from Pune arrived, with whom we celebrated the birth of Jesus Christ. Chapter 24. On the Threshold of a New Horizon. For fully 5 years, I had now been sharing the life of a Hindu ashram community. With the study of the Brahma Sutra, I had entered the world of Vedanta and assimilated the mystic texts of the Upanishads and the Bhagavad Gita. Again and again, I had contemplated the ideal of a desert dweller, one who has attained the ultimate wisdom of which the Brahma Sutra speaks. The whole process not only changed my thinking, but also transformed me. I emerged from it with a new identity. At the same time, meeting so many people, developing the Sachchidananda Community, carrying out the different tasks given to me by the Church of India, writing a large number of articles for Indian and German magazines, and attending to a voluminous correspondence, had all opened up new horizons to me. I never saw these activities as the real reason why God had led me to India, but even so, they had become an important element of my life in this country. All my experiences in the course of the years, all the insights I had gained, had now created a wide open space within me, spreading out before my inner eye like a magnificent panorama. While presenting new perspectives for the Church in India and for monasticism in Asia, I myself gained more of a distance from the traditional picture of Christianity. While pointing out the necessity of a change of thinking in the Church, I myself experienced an inner transformation. And by questioning the old thought patterns and opening up new perspectives, I created a space within myself that would allow me in due time to advance toward new horizons. It was wonderful to see how my spiritual life was able to unfold unhindered by the rigid framework of a traditional religious life, which I had outgrown through my inner experience of the desert. Brahma Vidya Mandir gave me the freedom to expand my understanding of God, and I was nourished by this experience. Because of this, and in particular because of a mysterious and indescribable experience of union with the invisible inner light, I found myself transformed and created anew. On 22nd July 1970, the anniversary of my solemn vows and the consecration of virgins, I wrote in my diary, in this light I live, and this light keeps me alive. For a long time I remained in this blessed state of deep inner peace, and sometimes I even thought I had reached the goal of my spiritual life. One day I suddenly realized that this could not be the end of my way to God, and that I was far from having reached the summit of union with God. Notwithstanding that the invisible inner light had created a wonderful feeling of living in the presence of God, I had the impression that my spiritual journey had come to a standstill. I felt like I was standing on a ridge, unable to move any further because it gave way under my feet. Of course, this experience was not new to me, but now the situation was completely different. Before, my ridge walk had pertained not to my spiritual path, but to finding out where God wanted me to go. The ridge on which I was now standing was part of my spiritual path, my way to God. In the Philokalia, which had been my guide for so many years, I found nothing to help me. The incessant Jesus prayer had led me to the light. As late as 1971 I had written, "My life is submerged in light." But shortly afterwards I realized for the first time, as I noted in my diary, that this light now came to me as a dark light. Although I continued to feel its presence, it was no longer a bright light, and it was beyond my power to make it shine again. So I fixed my eyes on the dark light and practiced a dark contemplation, as described by St. John of the Cross in his work, The Dark Night of the Soul. In this situation, and for the first time, I felt the need to find a spiritual guide. It seemed to me that my path had been blocked, and all my endeavors to overcome this were of no avail. But whom should I approach? The obvious thing to do might have been to submit my query to Swami Abhishektananda, who had gone a similar way and who certainly possessed much spiritual experience. But he was the one who had frustrated Mr. Ramachandra's plan to send me to Ponar, and so I had lost confidence in him, even though he was such a great and renowned personality in India. We no longer had any contact, and I rarely met him. Whenever we did, we hardly spoke about spiritual matters, or about the tasks that had been given me. In the course of the years, I had certainly met several deeply religious priests, above all my bishop. However, I doubted that they would be able to assist me with my spiritual problems. I had often spoken with them about meditation and spent time with them in seminars on prayer, and so I was able to assess their position, but I could not make up my mind to approach a Christian spiritual guide. My main fear was that they might try to persuade me to return to the method of discursive meditation, and I knew from my experience of the desert that this would be a step backwards. To seek guidance from a spiritual guide in Germany by correspondence was out of the question, because I did not know anyone. Nor could I hope to find a solution in books, because the problem I was confronted with demanded the personal guidance of an experienced person. In former years, when I had not been looking for a spiritual guide, I had come across several Hindu gurus. I had met the leader of the Shivananda ashram in Rishikesh, and Sri Rajneesh Chandra Mohan, later known as Bhagwan Sri Rajneesh, or Osho, as well as Mataji, who lived in Mumbai and who was worshipped as a goddess by her followers. But I had never felt that any of these teachers was to be my spiritual guide. Also, my relationship with Vinoba Bhave was such that I could not speak to him personally about my spiritual path. Opportunities to meet him had been rare, since he often was away from the ashram, nor had I read his books, which were only available in Indian languages. On the other hand, there was Mr. H. Singh from Nagpur, whose acquaintance I had made under the strange circumstances described earlier. I knew that he was a convinced follower of a so-called living master, and I took this as a hint from God to contact this master. Ever since I had first met Mr. Singh in the spring of 1967, he had always furnished me with literature on Sant Mat, the teachings or path, Mat, of mystic saints, Sant. During my occasional visits to his family home in Nagpur, I had also seen a picture of his master, of whom they all spoke with great love and respect. The main reason for my decision to meet his master, however, was my inner impulse. I had always followed it, even if I did not have any rational reasons for doing so, and it was this trust in my inner guide that finally made me decide to approach the master. For reasons known only to this inner guide, he had led me to the extreme edge of the ridge, and I felt it was not for me to ask questions. One day I would receive an explanation, and when it came it would be overwhelming, even answering some questions I had never asked. From Mr. Singh, I learnt that his master, Maharaj Charan Singh, would be coming to Nagpur, a town about 113 kilometers from Ponar, in January 1970. I wanted to take this opportunity to speak to the master about my meditation problems and to ask him a number of questions that had arisen while I was reading the books on the teachings of the masters. These questions concerned the descent of the soul from her place of origin and her return thither by means of the divine word, which could be heard inside in the form of a sound current. I also wanted to ask the master about the origin of my inner experiences of light, which I had lived with for so many years. Until then, I had not yet spoken to Monsignor Januarius, my bishop, about my intention to contact a spiritual master. It did not seem necessary, since what I wanted was merely an informative talk with the master, and the bishop had given me wide-ranging freedom to make my own decisions. Moreover, my meetings with the bishop were few and far between. However, I was not to meet the master in 1970. I was too late asking for an interview with him, and the available time had already been booked. But at least I saw the master during his discourses, and I was deeply impressed by his personality. I had never before experienced such radiance in any spiritual teacher known to me. I had to wait another year to get a chance to speak to the master. In fact, I needed this waiting period because it was during those 12 months that the necessity of a spiritual guide became ever clearer. During this time, a kind of dark block had formed within me, which I was unable to overcome or penetrate even with the greatest of efforts, and during meditation my own thoughts kept echoing back to me. What had happened? Had I become negligent in my search for God? Had my activities become too diverse and too extensive? Had my spiritual life suffered from them? No doubt my life had at times been extremely busy. I had been entrusted with a number of tasks and had done my best to comply with them. But fascinating as these tasks had often been, I had resisted the temptation to accomplish them at the cost of my spiritual life. Admittedly, there had been moments when the work nearly crushed me, but with rare exceptions I always made time available for meditation, prayer, and reading spiritual literature. The tasks given to me never became the main purpose of my life. In fact, had I made them my main concern and allowed them to take me away from the center of my spiritual life, I would not have been able to accomplish these tasks. More than ever, it had been the experience of the invisible divine presence and the inner light that had saved me from getting submerged in external activities. But now, everything changed. The inner path seemed to have come to an end without me reaching my goal, or, more accurately, it seemed to be blocked by a barrier that grew more insurmountable day by day. The light came back to me as darkness, and I did not know whether I still loved God. This question distressed me most of all. What had happened, and whether I was in any way responsible, were questions to which I had no answer. In any case, it was not in my power to remove the obstacle within me and to make the light shine again. The inward light had been a gift of His grace that I had received, but had been unable to keep. In the deepest ground of my soul, I was entirely calm. Had I not found so often before that God blocked one way in order to open up another? Perhaps my journey through the desert had come to a point where a new form of living with God was to be introduced. Had I reached the threshold of a new dimension in my spiritual life? I did not know it, but my inner guide knew the way ahead of me, and all I had to do was to submit once again to the adventure of faith. Meeting the Master. Such were the thoughts that occupied my mind when, in January 1971, I was finally able to meet Maharaj Charan Singh in Nagpur, where he used to come once a year, since he had a large following there. During the interview, the Master was exceedingly kind, and therefore I did not find it difficult to ask my questions. First, I said that the book, Science of the Soul, the last one Mr. Singh had given me, seemed to me like a sealed book. The Master answered that this book had not been written for me, and he gave instructions that the abridged edition of The Path of the Masters by Dr. Julian Johnson should be sent to me. Concerning my experience of light, the Master said that such experiences are remembrances from a previous life that are imprinted on the mental body, or mind, and are now manifesting consciously. I was too surprised about this answer to ask the Master for further explanation, and I did not even reflect on it later, nor did I return to this matter in later conversations with the Master. If I had asked the Master then and there for some further explanation, it would have given me a much better understanding of my spiritual path. It is only now, while writing this book, that all of a sudden the meaning of the Master's answer stands clearly before my eyes. The Master was referring to a period of nearly 35 years, from my first experience with the transcendental light in my youth, all the way to the year 1971, when this experience had come to an end. So this whole period had been a phase of remembrance of light experiences that I had had during a previous life in a different physical body, which were stored in my mental body. According to the teachings of the Masters, this mental body survives the death of the physical body. It reincarnates in another physical body, accompanied by the soul, in accordance with its destiny. The Master's answer did not appear to be based on theory, speculation, or reasoning. Rather, I felt that he could see with his inner eye the condition of my mind and soul, and so his answer was based on direct perception. He was speaking factually, just as we speak factually whenever we say, for instance, that the sun is shining. Mr. H. Singh had sometimes hinted that the Master could see deeper into the heart of a human being, but I had not paid particular attention to his remark, nor had I taken it into account while speaking to the Master. Now this phase of remembrance had come to an end. Seen in this light, it is not surprising that I felt as though I were standing at the edge of a ridge, unable to take even a single step forward. I had reached the point where I finished going over the old ground from an earlier life. Now my spiritual path was about to take me into the unknown. I felt that I was at the threshold of a new dimension of spiritual life, the path leading within. The loss of my remembrances from a previous life was meant to evoke in me a burning desire for the union of my soul with God. The phase of remembrance was now behind me, but for many years it had been the reality of my spiritual path in this life. It had marked and shaped and transformed me. Although at the time I was ignorant of all this, I am firmly convinced that the Master saw not only my previous lives, but also the road ahead of me. Concerning my meditation, the Master advised me to concentrate on the point at the forehead, which had been familiar to me ever since I started using the Jesus prayer. It was unusual for the Master to give such advice. Normally he discourages meditation before initiation, lest one should get accustomed to a wrong method, but I was unaware of that at the time. As for the inner blockage and the echoing of my thoughts in meditation, the Master again gave a surprising answer. He said, "You are confronted with your own mind. I took note of this answer without really understanding it. I had a very vague inkling of what had happened, but I only grasped the full significance of the Master's words after a thorough study of the teachings of the Masters. Later, I came to see that during my study of the Advaita Vedanta, my own mind had caused me to succumb to the intellectual fascination of this philosophy. Previously, the experience of God had always come first in my spiritual life, at least since the beginning of my desert experience. Now I had fallen victim to the most subtle seduction of the human mind, to mistake intellectual comprehension for the realization of what was comprehended. With the experience of transcendence and invisible light within, I had received a glimpse of the reality I was searching for, but it was just a glimpse. I had also been deceived into giving too much significance to the intellectual anticipation of a state that I was searching for but had not yet experienced. Because of this confusion, my own mind stood in the way of experiencing the transcendent reality. Although my studies of the Brahma Sutra had warned me, I had become a knower, but not one who truly knows. Even if I was unable to understand the deeper meaning of some of the Master's answers, the manner in which he had replied to my questions made me realize that he had experience on the spiritual path and knew more than I did. This was enough to fill me with confidence in the Master and to nurture my resolve to learn more about the teachings of the Masters. I was about to travel to Europe for a few months, but at the end of our conversation, the Master invited me to visit the Radha Swami Satsang when I returned to India. Footnote: Radha Swami Satsang. Radha, soul; Swami, Lord; Satsang, true association. Radha Swami, Lord of the Soul, is a name which Swamiji of Agra gave to signify the Supreme Lord. End footnote. This meditation center is near Beas in the Punjab, in northern India. There I would be able to study the teachings of the Masters thoroughly and get clarification of all my questions and doubts before making a decision concerning a spiritual guide. The book by Dr. Johnson, which I received a few days later, offers a summary of these teachings in a systematic way, adapted to the mentality of Western readers. He gives an image of God and the world that I had not found before, either in Christian theology or in Vedanta. Some of his expositions were familiar to me, especially the teachings about karma and reincarnation, but there were other aspects that I was unable to integrate into my mental world. Through reading this book, I realized that the teachings of the Masters were much more than a method of meditation, which was what I had originally been looking for. According to these teachings, the path of the Masters is a way of life. Above all, it is a way of redeeming the soul from enslavement to the prince of this world, of whom Jesus Christ spoke, and a way leading her back to the house of her Father. The living Master, as Dr. Johnson says in his book, is not only a spiritual teacher, but an adept of spirituality who has access to God's mysteries and is capable of revealing them to others. A Master, therefore, is a bearer of the Spirit. He is a vessel of the Divine Spirit, invested with the power to transmit to us the Holy Spirit and God's abundant grace. The teachings of the Masters touched essential aspects of my faith, and therefore I wrote to the Master, saying that my life was inseparably connected with Christ as I had experienced him, even if to me he represented not so much the historical Jesus of Nazareth as the divine light and the source of living water. In my letter, I also explained that I had not renewed my search out of curiosity, nor even to save my soul, but for the sake of truth alone. This truth is identical with God. After having studied Dr. Johnson's book thoroughly, I decided to accept the Master's invitation and go to Beas after returning from Germany. During my stay in Europe, I would have ample opportunity to discuss with others the relevant questions, and in Beas itself, I would be completely free to decide according to my conscience. 2 months after meeting Maharaj Charan Singh, I had a chance to speak with my bishop about my decision to go to Beas. Monsignor Januarius showed interest and said, "You go and inquire, and then come and tell me." I mentioned that the Master imparted the method of meditation by initiation, leaving open whether or not I would apply for it. So I went to Beas with the knowledge and the consent of my bishop. I also explained to him where I stood spiritually, and I asked him whether he could guide me. Monsignor answered that he had never had any experiences like mine, and therefore was not in a position to show me the way. Before traveling to Europe, I was able to meet Father N., a well-known German Jesuit in Pune. I talked to him about the possibility of initiation into the path of the Masters, and put to him some questions of a more theological nature, which had come up partly in relation to Dr. Johnson's book. We also spoke about the sacramental structure of our ecclesiastical and religious life, and I openly voiced my doubts about the teachings of the Catholic Church on the sacraments. For me, they seemed to be only empty structures, lacking the life-giving Spirit of God. In particular, I had major doubts about baptism. I could not accept that it was an actual initiation into the mysteries of Christ, the rebirth in the Holy Spirit about which Jesus spoke when he said to Nicodemus, "Verily, verily, I say unto thee, except a man be born of water and of the Spirit, he cannot enter into the kingdom of God." I did not doubt that in the early days of Christianity, baptism had been just such a baptism in the Spirit. This is shown by many examples in the Acts of the Apostles. Father N. agreed with this, but he insisted on the need to maintain the hierarchical and sacramental structure of the Church, so that the Spirit of God could be brought back into it. Father N. most probably wanted to say that he saw the church organization as a structure or vessel, a receptacle into which new life could be poured. I told him that for me the big question was, how is that to happen? I was no longer convinced that the office bearers in the church were also bearers of the Spirit, able to impart the Spirit of God to the people. Another question that had long occupied me concerned the position of Christ as a Redeemer of humanity and how this salvation was to take place, but this I wanted to clear up with the theologians in Germany. So many things had been set into motion in the last few months. I felt that I was standing on the threshold of a new horizon, at the beginning of a path that would lead me into unfamiliar territory, which perhaps would turn out to be the real promised land. Chapter 25. Dialogue Between Religions. In the spring of 1971, I began my visit to Germany, which was to last for 6 months. The reasons for this journey had recently crystallized more and more, so that I now realized it was important and even necessary. In the first place, I had to clear up my status as an exclaustrated nun with the church authorities in Rome. In order to maintain this status, I needed an exclaustration at the disposition of the Holy See. The permission is valid for a lifetime, but it is granted only in exceptional cases. This matter I wanted to settle personally in Rome. To remain a nun was very important to me, because I still considered my monastic vows to be an expression of the dedication of my life to God. Moreover, belonging to a religious order in accordance with canon law seemed quite important for my future tasks in India. Secondly, since I intended to apply for Indian citizenship, I wanted to see my monastic community and my family in order to take leave of them for good. I had no intention of visiting Germany again after having become an Indian citizen. Inwardly, I was already an Indian. Thirdly, I wished to establish personal contacts with some German publishing houses that had shown interest in translations of the Upanishads and other holy scriptures of India. As mentioned earlier, I had, together with a fellow sister of the ashram who had been a Sanskrit teacher, made some promising translations of those texts, which I could present to the publishers. My fourth aim was to have discussions with various theologians in Germany in order to clarify various questions about the Christian faith. As the previous chapter has shown, this was very important as a way of helping me to understand my religion. Finally, I wanted to consult a number of competent people about the possibility of initiation into the path of the Masters. This was a decision I did not want to take alone because of its far-reaching consequences, and I wanted to give my church a fair chance to participate in my decision and to present possible alternatives. So I had many reasons for going to Germany, but in the end I followed an intuitive inner impulse that again could not be explained rationally. It was a question of fate, as would become apparent 1 year later. My first destination was Rome. Father Engelbert, a fellow brother of the Benedictine order and at the same time my contact person with the Congregation for Religious, had assured me that there would be no problem in obtaining final permission to live as a nun outside of the convent. It was all the more hopeful because at an audience in St. Peter's, Pope Paul VI himself had shown great interest in my experiment when I told him about my life in Brahmavidya Mandir, and he told me to give his greetings to the ashram community. 2 years earlier, my bishop had had an opportunity to inform the Holy Father about my life at Ponar. His reply was, "I have always wanted somebody to do something like this. The Church will benefit greatly from this." Then he added, "Protect her." Besides settling my personal affairs in Germany, I expected that my visit there would contribute to the dialogue between Christianity and Hinduism. Even before setting off, I had been asked to give a number of lectures on that subject, since I had already published several articles in German Catholic magazines. During the 6 months of my stay in Germany, I gave nearly 50 lectures and sermons. When I arrived in April 1971, I was soon confronted with the fact that the West, Europe and America, had become a field of missionary activity for the Eastern religions. The Christian churches were no longer confronted with Hinduism and Buddhism only in Asia, where they did missionary work, but also in their own backyard, so to speak, in the Western Hemisphere. It was no longer sufficient merely to acknowledge that Eastern religions had become an object of fascination for Christians. The competent church authorities had already realized that there was also a challenge that had to be faced. Some leading theologians in Germany had already stated that the encounter with the religions of Asia could be of epoch-making significance for Christianity as a whole, comparable to the encounter with the culture of ancient Greece during the first centuries of Christianity. Fascination and challenge. The Catholic and the Protestant academies of Bavaria had made the fascination and challenge of Eastern religions for Christians the subject of their joint conference, which took place in Tutzing, Bavaria. I had been asked to open the discussion with a lecture on the dialogue with Hinduism. Since the speaker who preceded me had treated the subject of the fascination of Advaita Vedanta, I concentrated mainly on the challenge they presented. In my opinion, the meeting between Christianity and the religions of the East gave the Christian churches a unique opportunity. This was a subject that the Catholic Church in India and the Sachchidananda Community had been dealing with for several years. In Brahmavidya Mandir, I had partly put into practice what I was now presenting to the audience. My practical experience lent to my words a power of conviction that a purely theoretical presentation could not have conveyed. My own horizons had been broadened by encountering Hinduism in general and the world of Vedanta in particular. It was my view that Christianity as a whole now needed to broaden its understanding of the diversity of religions, and by so doing, see itself in a new light. This could not be just a question of shifting the emphasis in the relationships between the Christian churches and the other world religions, which the church authorities had already begun to do. It was also a question of establishing a dialogue on an existential level. To merely aim at a peaceful and friendly coexistence of religions is not enough. The real challenge lies in trying to discover the common roots so that ultimately we may rise to the level of universal religion, as mentioned by Vinoba Bhave, the religion of spirituality, in which the experience of God replaces theological assessments about God. It is precisely a desire to experience the divine that has motivated many Christians to turn to what the Eastern religions have to offer. In my lecture, I pointed out that for Christianity, the first step in the direction of a universal religion would be to become aware of its own spiritual and mystic tradition and make efforts to return to it. The writings of mystics within the Christian churches point in the direction of universality, for they are similar to the accounts that have come from the great mystics of the other world religions. This similarity is all the more remarkable because they did not know anything about one another. Today, when we compare their descriptions of their experiences, it is surprising how similar, or even identical, they are, even when separated by many centuries. I was able to speak from my own experience about how fascinating and spiritually inspiring this discovery could be. A breakthrough towards the religion of the future will, however, not be accomplished on the outer level of rites, ceremonies, and theological structures. It will be accomplished on the inner level of consciousness, of a spiritualized, interiorized religion based on the experience of God. The outer forms of different religions will surely continue to exist side by side for a long time, but a growing number of Christians will try to cross the threshold to the religion of spirituality. I was able to express these thoughts only because I had already traveled some distance on my way towards this religion of spirituality, in which the experience of God takes the place of intellectual knowledge of God and exterior worship. For me, turning to the path leading within had not been the result of a process of reasoning. It grew out of my own experience of the transcendent. While studying Dr. Johnson's book, I realized that the teachings of the Masters lead in the same direction. On the eve of an Indo-Christian theology. I spoke to Catholic and Protestant students of theology who came from various universities and from a number of religious communities about the necessity of a Christian theology rooted in the spiritual heritage of India. This view had been put forward very strongly by some well-known theologians, including Dr. Raimundo Panikkar and Stanley Samartha. Because I am not a theologian, I could not take part directly in the creation of a Vedantic Christian theology. This had to be done by Christian theologians and Indian pundits, teachers. But it was a subject I was particularly interested in, because to a certain degree I had already integrated Vedanta and Advaita philosophy into my way of thinking as a Christian. I was therefore able to give personal testimony that there is great promise in the attempt to create a theology that combines Advaitic, Vedantic, and Christian elements. Now that the Christian churches were ready to leave the traditional avenues of their theology, new approaches to the experience of God and new ways of understanding the Holy Scriptures would be opening up to them that hitherto were outside the range of interpretation of Western Christian traditions. The Christian churches would thus discover new features in God's countenance that until now had been hidden from them, and God's mysteries would shine in a new light. I had come to this conviction through the study of the Brahma Sutra, the Upanishads, and the Bhagavad Gita. The Western churches will come to realize that they do not know all there is to know about the unfathomable depth of God, that there is more than can be explored with the intellect, and that God has also revealed himself to human beings outside of Christianity. I had long since realized that non-Christians do not at all sit in utter darkness and in the shadow of death, and that they have by no means merely grasped a ray of the divine light, as many Christians still believed. Through my studies, I also arrived at the conviction that creating an authentic Indo-Christian theology based on Vedanta and the Advaita philosophy was relevant not just for the Christian church in India, it would also be of major importance to the universal church. It is a mistake to believe that creating this new system of theology is of concern only to the Church in India. It is to be expected that such a theology will influence the thinking of the universal Church, as was the case in the 13th century, when Thomas Aquinas adopted the philosophical system of Aristotle as a basis for his Summa Theologica, his main theological work. The effect was to spread Aristotle's thinking widely throughout the Christian Church. From this point of view, we are surely justified in asking whether Christian theology today can afford to limit itself exclusively to the scriptures of the Old and New Testaments as a basis for its exploration of the divine mysteries and the nature of God, and whether it can afford to employ only classic Occidental thinking patterns to find the truth. During the years of dialogue with another religion, I also came to the conclusion that it was a fatal error for Christianity to keep believing itself to be the exclusive retainer of the truth and the only legitimate holder of God's message to humankind. With this attitude, Christianity has, I believe, cut itself off from those other fountains of God's revelation that flow so abundantly outside the Christian framework. In an earlier conversation with my bishop about this subject, he had pointed out that we cannot construct a theology. That can only be done by a genius, who is at the same time both a saint and a mystic. Such an endeavor would require both intelligence and intuition of an exceptional kind. Above all, as was pointed out by Thomas Aquinas, it would require personal experience of God, cognitio Dei experimentalis, known in India as jnana, true knowledge. Every attempt, therefore, to create such a theology could only have a preparatory character until such a person appeared. In my lectures, I repeatedly emphasized that the real source of knowledge of God is the experience of God. As testified by Meister Eckhart, man should not be content with merely thinking of God, because when the thought disappears, God also vanishes. He should rather have an essential God, who is far above the thinking of man and all creatures. This corresponds with Shankaracharya's words, quoted earlier. Brahman cannot be known by sense perceptions, because he should not be understood as an object amongst other objects. Nor can he be known through logical conclusions, because none of them leads to him. Brahman can be known only through anubhava, experience. In search of an answer. On arrival in Munich, I was happily reunited with my mother, brothers, and sisters, who had already arranged for me to give some talks about India. Apart from many friends and interested relations, I also met my uncle, Dr. Clemens Tillman, who in the past had been very helpful in obtaining permission for my exclaustration. When we discussed my ideas about the teachings of the Catholic Church and about the theological and dogmatic questions in general, he remarked that my contours had become blurred. This was a reproach I was to hear more than once from other theologians in the months to come. But it was not my contours that had become blurred. It was my horizons that had been widened. I found that it was impossible to explain to church officials in a single conversation the details of my inner spiritual journey of recent years. To do this would have required much more time to talk and an interest in a different way of thinking. On 16th May, I was finally able to see my fellow sisters at Kellenried again. The closer I came to my monastery, the more mixed my feelings became, but the joy of meeting again was so great on their side, and the reception was so cordial, that I immediately lost all feelings of restraint. 2 years earlier, my bishop had visited the abbey while he was in Europe. He had given a talk and a slideshow about Brahma Vidya Mandir that had won the hearts of all the sisters. This had reconciled them to the fact that I was now an outsider. I had also kept contact with my monastic family by correspondence, and they had read the various articles I had published in German papers, especially my Bangkok lecture. Topic number 1 in our discussions was meditation, a little-used term during my time at the monastery. It was the older sisters in particular who asked about it. Many things had changed since I had left Kellenreid in the autumn of 1965. A special meditation room had been provided, courses on Zen meditation had been organized for the sisters, and the abbey itself offered meditation courses to people from outside. In the light of these developments, some sisters thought that it would not have been necessary for me to leave if only I had exercised a little more patience. But this did not touch the core of the matter, and during my visit I never spoke to them about the true reasons for my going to India. It was a matter of great regret to me that in spite of all our discussions about meditation, I was unable to really share with my fellow sisters the whole richness of all the insights and experience I had gained in Brahmavidya Mandir. It was just not possible. Somehow, an invisible wall stood between us that kept me from saying more about these matters. The sisters must have sensed the new direction my inner life had taken, and they may have felt unsettled when they saw that it was possible to live an authentic spiritual life outside of the monastery. Walking around the familiar halls of the monastery and seeing the same faces again, I realized how much I had changed. I felt that I no longer belonged there, where I had been at home for so many years. I felt a strange sense of unreality, and whenever I closed my eyes, I was back in the ashram. The sisters took this to be a good sign. I could not imagine returning to a life in the monastery, but this question did not arise, since all of us knew that my place was in Brahmavidya Mandir. The following months were filled with speaking engagements in many places and contacts with publishing houses who had asked me for translations of the Upanishads into German. I also participated in some meditation courses in order to be up to date about what had happened in this field. The Christian meditation movement in Germany, meant as a response to what was being offered by the gurus and Zen masters from the East, was in its beginnings, taking its first hesitant steps on a way leading within, developing a synthesis of Eastern and Western methods of meditation. In The Cloud of Unknowing, a book of unknown authorship, a Christian way within had been discovered, and some Catholic teachers of meditation were trying to combine it with the methods of Zen meditation. Dr. Tillman also had published a meditation guide that did not use any Eastern meditation techniques. He considered any approach that did not relate to the Christian faith as unsuitable for Christians. As planned, I visited a number of priests and theologians during my journey. I wanted to clear up my doubts about certain points of the teachings of the Catholic Church and discuss with them the possibility of being initiated into the path of the Masters. My doubts mainly concerned the question of the salvation of humankind, which, according to the teachings of Christianity, was accomplished by Jesus Christ through his crucifixion and resurrection from the dead. My question was, who had demanded Jesus' death as atonement for the sins of humanity? And to whom had Jesus paid the ransom? I was, of course, familiar with the answer given by Christian doctrine. This doctrine is founded on the teachings of St. Paul, which are themselves based on the sacrificial theory and practice of the Old Testament. This no longer convinced me. I wanted to know how exactly the salvation of the soul occurs, and how we go by baptism from death to life. As St. Paul writes in his epistle to the Romans, "Know ye not that so many of us as were baptized into Jesus Christ were baptized into his death? Therefore we are buried with him by baptism into death, that like as Christ was raised up from the dead by the glory of the Father, even so we also should walk in newness of life." However, I was given only the old familiar answers that I already knew from theological books and that I had thought about for many years, so finally I had to accept that my questions were still unanswered. I found, too, that I was no longer able to accept on faith the truth of assertions that seemingly cannot be explained. My questions had become too urgent for that. About the second subject, my initiation into a path of meditation by a non-Christian master, I spoke to priests who themselves meditated, who gave courses on meditation, and were in some cases authors of books on the subject. Almost unanimously, they encouraged me to apply for initiation into the path of the Masters. They believed Christians had to explore such ways. This was the view of Dr. Tillman, even though, as already mentioned, he did have reservations about Christians adopting Eastern methods of meditation. I spoke with one of the priests in whose meditation course I participated about how my relation to Christ might be harmed if I were to be initiated by a non-Christian master. I confessed that Christ was the foundation of my life and that he had become the all-pervading reality to me, although it was not at all clear to me how much my Christ was identical with the Christ of the theologians. But he reassured me, saying, "We need not worry about Christ." What he meant was that Christ in his universality always is and always will be, and that a living master is an instrument in God's hands. This answer dispelled my doubts and strengthened my resolve, so that I felt able to apply for initiation into the path of the Masters with a clear conscience. Two of the priests I consulted were, however, vehemently against initiation by a non-Christian master. One of them even called it occultism. I rejected this categorically because I felt sure that the path of the Masters was nothing of the sort. After a lecture on Indo-Christian theology that I gave to a group of young Benedictine monks who were preparing for ordination, one of the participants asked me what I believed to be the task of monks in our age. I answered, at first jokingly, "Europe has already been civilized." This had been to a great extent the work of monks. The art of printing and also gunpowder have been invented, both by monks. So what remains to be done? Then I added, "In the present times, people are yearning for witnesses of God, for men and women who have met God. This is the real and original task of monks, to be windows between this world and the transcendent realms, through which the divine light may shine forth. Their most important task and duty is to enter the divine realm and to become permeated by its light. That is the standard by which the life and deeds of a monk will be measured." My travels also took me to the south of France, to Switzerland, and finally to Austria, where my stay in Europe ended with a series of lectures on the subject, the cosmogony of Hinduism. A parish priest asked me to speak on a Sunday dedicated to religious vocation about the subject. Is living in a religious order still up to date? He had declared himself not competent on this question, but believed that, as a nun, I surely would be able to give a number of reasons for dedicating one's life to God in a cloister. I gladly complied with his request and described to the congregation, gathered in the church for Mass, the road that had led me to the monastery. I also spoke about the bliss of belonging only to God, but I did not hide the fact that it is also a path of self-denial and renunciation, and that one has to have a vocation. When, in the beginning of October 1971, all matters had been settled and all lectures had been held, I was glad that these turbulent and eventful months had come to an end. In order to remain unaffected in the midst of this turmoil, I had often used the trick of imagining myself in the ashram, sitting in meditation in my Spartan room. In this way, I succeeded in neutralizing the whole maze of thoughts, experiences, and impressions. It often happened that I found myself mentally in Brahmavidya Mandir as soon as I closed my eyes or had a moment of stillness. It was high time to return to a life of quietude and recollection, of prayer and meditation, for I sensed that during these 6 months my spiritual life had lost some of its substance. Nevertheless, it had been a fruitful time. I had met so many people, found so much interest in India and the subjects of my lectures, and had so many interesting conversations. The whole experience had been far more than just an enjoyable time. It had improved considerably my own understanding of the matters I had been talking about and discussing. For me, these matters were not academic at all. They were of immediate practical relevance to my life, and especially to my spiritual path. For instance, it was only when I spoke about the promising possibilities that lay in the dialogue between Christian theology and Advaita philosophy that I fully realized how much my spiritual life had benefited from the study of the Brahma Sutra and Vedanta, and how many new horizons of God realization it had opened before me. Positive as these results of my lecturing activities had been to me, their future importance would turn out to be far greater. I would now travel to Beas, and there I would study the teachings of the Masters with the same openness and readiness that I had demanded of the Christian theologians when I put to them the philosophical traditions of India. While reading Dr. Johnson's book, I had already realized that the teachings of the Masters would take me beyond the insights of Advaita Vedanta, and that they might offer more by way of practical help in my efforts to realize and experience God. Seen within this context, the lectures I had given had been a preparation for the next step that I had to take, leaving behind old concepts and opening myself to new insights. I had not received convincing answers to some of my questions about the Christian faith, but this neither depressed nor disturbed me, because these questions did not concern the transcendent reality that I had experienced in my spiritual life. I was confident that I would find the answers someday. During my stay in Germany, it had become abundantly clear to me that I had taken root in India, and that I identified to a great extent with the country and its people. I left Germany firmly resolved to become a citizen of India, feeling no need ever to put my feet on European soil again. On 7th October 1971, I flew back to India. All my thoughts were concentrated on Beas and my next meeting with Maharaj Charan Singh. When the aeroplane lifted off, Europe had already been forgotten.